I will try not to do that.
Get it out of your system now.
Not how it works.
Poopy. Okay.
Okay,
That was the
cool.
worst joke I've ever made.
Because we want this to be a broad live stream,
We
Yeah, yeah,
so
of
are
course.
anyone can
streaming.
watch
We
Yeah,
are
I
it. So
gotcha.
live.
Hooray. Okay. So,
Okay.
wait, let me. I want to look at it.
yeah, I do too, actually. In the meantime, I'll say to anyone who's already here, which is probably not a lot of people, but if you are, welcome to the stream. Oh,
Welcome.
I'll put a little announcement in the Discord server so
Yeah.
people know.
Someone
Yeah,
copy the
Good
link
idea.
and send it to the Discord server.
That's a smart idea. We are live with a heart emoji.
Okay, cool. I can watch it, so we're good to go. It's running.
Okay, so I guess I'll start with introductions while I'm sending this announcement up. Hello, my name is Gwen. I'm the founder of the Raggedy Ann Revival Effort. It's my baby. This project has given me so much awesome stuff throughout the years, and it's almost our 3-year anniversary in February. So I'm excited. This live stream is really, really hype. So thank you guys for showing up.
All right, I'll go next. Hi, everyone. My name is Gray. I am a recently appointed organizer, and I've been involved since 2021. I'm so glad you guys are here to make it out today. We have some exciting things to go over, and yeah, that's it. That's me.
Hi, Mac. I am also an organizer. I have also been here since 2021, and we have some fun things planned for today, so hope you stick around.
Hi, I'm Ronnie. I am also an organizer, and I'm the one who's running the stream, kind of. I'm the one who has OBS. Um, I don't know what else to say. I hope you have a good time. We have lots of fun things and guests planned, so.
Yeah. I'm Brooklyn, one of the organizers, and helps organize the stream and collect all of your questions and all of that. And then Alex.
Oh, yo. Hey, I'm Alex. I'm a friend of the stream and the community. I'm going to be moderating and mediating today so that nobody rips each other's throats out.
Because we will.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, yeah. So good stream. Let's go.
Woohoo.
So, in like soonish, Scott Schafer will be joining us, who played
Half an hour.
Yeah, half an hour. That's right. He played Andy in both the SEPA and Moscow and Broadway, so that'll be really fun to talk to him. But in the meantime, we got all of us here, and we got questions to be answered and such.
Yeah.
Yes, yes.
So first, I've planned out just some general topics that I wanted to cover that people have asked us a lot about the plans for the revival effort and our goals for the future and stuff like that, just to have it all out, have it all in one place. So I'm going to open those.
Unprepared.
I
I'm
have
joking.
them.
I'm joking.
Would you like me to start reading those off?
Yeah, if you want. Because those are
Okay.
the numbered ones.
Yeah.
So-
Oh, wait, the numbered ones. Oh, I gotcha. Okay. Yeah. So number one, how are the pieces of media we have now uncovered? How are the pieces of media we have now
Sorry.
uncovered?
How-
Question mark. Okay.
I'm assuming
did
that
we-
means that means how do we find them?
How did we find what we
Yeah.
have? Sorry, no
Okay.
one edited my stuff. No one looked over my stuff
No
before this
worries.
point.
I'll mentally edit going forward. I should read these.
So I'll go first because I remember finding both the video and getting our first script. So in like when I first started, this was maybe a week or two in, I had a friend who actually had the script already from a New York library and sent it on forward to me. And because I knew which library it came from, I was able to track down other materials from the show. There was a few photos and there was another version of the script. And then like a year down the line when we found the video, that was actually in, I believe it was the Lincoln Center, New York Public Library for, what was it? It was something, one of the arts departments, and it was under
the New York Archive. It wasn't the public library, from what I remember.
It's New York State Archive.
Yeah, it was the State Archive.
It was under the Women in Dance section. So I really lucked out when I stumbled across it. And I don't believe this is true, but I ran with it because I saw it on the site. It said there were no copyright restrictions. So I was like, well, if it says that, it's going on YouTube, and it did. So
yeah, we haven't had anyone mad at us.
We've had no problem. So
so
it was recording, the one that's up on YouTube, not a bootleg.
Yeah.
In terms of bootlegs, there are still, hopefully, we believe, some out there. We know that there's definitely one out there that's audio only, but it's really beautiful, crisp. So we're hoping, we don't need those because we already have a Broadway audio, but it would be nice. And then we are hoping someday maybe we could get a glimpse at a Moscow recording, which we do believe there is one. So we're still looking for those things, but we have little ideas of where they could be. And in the meantime, we found a lot of other cool stuff. Those are the things I remember most, but I know there's more. So
well, there's one that's not that interesting, and that's how we have so many different versions of the script. And genuinely, that was just given to us by one of our members. I don't know if they want to be named, and I don't know if they're here watching, but that was given to us by one of the members of the Discord server who had contacted Harvard and gotten lots and lots of materials from their archives. That was donated by William Gibson, or maybe his widow.
It was his wife, we believe.
His wife donated all of these materials, and that included like 8 different versions of the script, and as well as a personal journal of his that that chronicled like the making of the show, and some like advertising materials. Lots of really interesting stuff was in that were in those files. So thank you to
there's
that
a
member.
lot of
Thank you. Those were really helpful.
Yeah, there's a lot of news clippings and like the Moscow playbill and some Moscow magazines as well in that one. And I wanted to mention about the footage that we found. How we got it is we had to pay for them to digitize it.
Yeah.
So we raised, I forget how much, it was at least like 200.
Yeah,
like $300.
Yeah. It was a lot. Whatever it was.
It was a lot. It was a lot.
that we raised, and we paid for them to digitize it, and they sent it as a physical thumb drive in the mail to one of the members.
Yes.
So that they could upload it. And actually, when we first heard about it, we were told that it was just Act 1.
But they were wrong.
And it wasn't until we received the actual thing that we realized in the mail that we realized it was both acts.
Yes.
And that it was the whole thing.
Yes. Which was really exciting.
That was a really great surprise.
Yeah. We've also gotten a lot of cool performance clips through like news archives who archive like TV news, which aren't publicly available, but if you're in the server and you have access to our archives, you can request to see those. We also have a lot of cool photos. Most of those are from the Kennedy Center. The Kennedy Center obviously is where they did their run in DC before transferring to Broadway. And they have a lot of cool materials. And so, thank you, Kennedy Center, because we got a lot of cool photos from them. And there's always more to be found, and there is more that we know. We have ideas of where they could be. There's costumes up at Ohio State University, and hopefully in the near future, I'm heading up there to snag some pictures of those. So.
Yeah. Also, I just want to say, publicity for us is really important because sometimes we get people who aren't a part of like the Discord server, or they're not super aware of us, but they contact us saying, "Hey, I know something about this," or "Hey, I have something that relates to what you're looking for." And I think
camel.
that is so awesome. Well, so
the camel.
Well, he didn't contact us. We contacted him.
Right.
But
I'm
still talking about like
he wasn't he wasn't he didn't know much about the show besides that he had the puppet, which is interesting and cool. And so now we have a little deal where if we if we get the show set up in a good theater, we can ship the camel over and put him on display in the lobby. So that'll be fun.
I hope
Mhm.
so.
Okay.
But yeah, but what I'm referring to is I've had people contact me on Twitter. I run the official Twitter account for the revival effort. But I've had people contact me on Twitter saying, "Hey, I have these news clips about the Broadway run," or "Hey, this actor was my drama teacher. I
Yeah.
have a photo," or something. Like it's really cool. And without like the publicity that we get, and just people talking about us, that wouldn't have ever happened.
Hmm. For
Yeah.
sure. For sure.
All right. I think
All right.
Alex on the list, I'm going to skip down to
Yeah.
6 because I think that's more important for the
On to
moment.
6. Okay. So, what is the history of your efforts looking for rights?
All
Oh,
right.
When did we?
Go ahead.
This is my time to shine. So, my lovely mother is a copyright
Go.
lawyer, and she's a really good one at that. And so we knew that the Gibson estate had royalties from The Miracle Worker because William Gibson also wrote The Miracle Worker. And The Miracle Worker as a play is licensable through Concord Theatricals. I contacted Concord Theatricals personally, and they said they weren't able to give me any contact information, and it was against their policy. Add a fancy lawyer signature to that, and all of a sudden, they give you so much info, and we were directly connected to the Gibson estate. Those first few emails were really kind of slow progress, but interesting nonetheless, because we learned about sort of the legal status of Raggedy Ann and the music, because it didn't play long enough on Broadway for them to be combined into one licensable
One
script.
copyright.
Yes, one copyright. Yeah. So we learned about the legal status of that, and people have tried apparently to do the same thing in the past, but in over like 30 something years, we were the first to make successful contact with the estate in regards to this specific show, which is awesome. So we had phone calls and discussions mostly about what we want to do with the show in the future. And eventually we actually got the Gibson's sons interested and enthusiastic about the project, and they really love that we were young people, and they love what we're trying to do. And so we have made contact with Nick Raposo, the Raposo estate, for the music, and now the Gibson and Raposo estate, who actually knew each other previously, are connected and working together on this. And in recent months, we've made a lot of progress. We're almost at the point where we can draft a draft agreement in terms of what we're going to do with potential workshopping rights or stuff like that. But personally, no promises, but personally, I'm really, really optimistic about where we're at right now. And I do see this being on stage in a few years. So I'm really enthusiastic.
Mm-hmm.
And the estates love what we're doing, which makes me so happy. So I'm happy about that.
Okay. So on to the next question. Will you be making any money?
This is one that someone asked me, like, when I was first talking about the live stream happening and it didn't end up properly making it in, is that if we will be making money from a production. And the answer is hopefully, but probably not much.
Not a lot. Not a lot. We hope that once it's licensable to other community theaters and schools and stuff like that, we'll be able to have some sort of royalties. If we don't, honestly, I don't mind, because I just want the show to be out there. I think it's a good show that deserves to be performed again. But it would be nice. It would be nice.
Someone in the chat asked, how do you get the money to play the musical? How will we get the funds to create our own production?
So number one, fundraising is going to be a really big thing. But second of all, I'm lucky enough to live in a city that really supports upcoming artists and the arts. And because of where I am, like geographically, I'm in Cincinnati, and I'm specifically really close to downtown Cincinnati. They really often give amazing grants for upcoming shows. And I'm hoping to partner with a local theater who's already, you know, really into children's theater that like changes the norm. And they also are like, they're loaded. And I have, you know, because of my wonderful family who has connections, God knows where, all the time. You know, I'm in good standing with them and other people in the theater industry. So, you know, and we have a few people who are industry professionals who are really interested in the project, and so that'll help us a lot as well.
Yes.
I'm sorry, but Scott is sitting in the waiting room, and
Scott,
my man.
and like the answer to that is also the same way any other show gets the money to be produced, like finding producers, finding sponsors, finding grants, the same way any normal show happens.
Yep.
I'm going
it's a long process.
Well, okay. Don't
let him in.
Don't let him in. We haven't told you yet.
He's here 15 minutes early. Don't let him in.
It's his fault. He can wait a few minutes.
This is for Scott. If you ever watch this back, it's not your fault. It's not your fault.
You can wait a few minutes until we're ready.
We can let him in like 5 minutes early.
Yeah. Like
we have a couple more important questions to get through, and then we'll see where we stand.
Yes.
Right. So, what do you plan on doing once you have workshop rights?
Workshops.
Workshop. This is my favorite question, because when we workshop, that doesn't mean we're doing it in one location. That means basically, if you have good standing with a university educational setting or a theater, you know, a theater company, you and obviously you are going through us, our company, the Raggedy Revival Effort LLC, Rare Theatricals LLC, that's the name of it. If you go through us and you are in good standing with an educational theater, probably university, or you know, a theater company, then you're able to produce your own workshop. And that can be we prefer if it's small scale while we're trying to figure out things in terms of music and scripts. But that can kind of be, you can kind of do whatever you want with workshops, which is the great thing about it. I know for a fact that I'm doing one at Ohio University, and I hope to see some in Portland, where Brooklyn is, and I hope to see some in other places, because I love seeing how different people interpret the show. So
yeah, because if it depends for me on how the contract ends up working. If it's only in educational settings, then it might be a little bit more difficult for me to pull it together. But if it's not, then yeah, I'm going to try to do like a basic read through, sing through sort of deal. But yeah, so hopefully once we get that, we'll be able to do a few small ones. And again, if someone works in a theater company and would like to put on a small workshop through us, then that can happen. And like that's just those, of course, like they'll all be free. If
no,
public,
you can't generate. Yeah, you cannot generate revenue from these. You're not allowed.
Yeah. If they're even public at all, then they're free, and they're just for people to get an idea, because workshops are important. Yeah, pretty bare bones, just to get an idea, just for us to finish up our work revising the script and our work revising the music and stuff like that, and to be able to hear it.
Okay.
Someone else? Okay.
So what do we have next? What do you plan on doing once you get the proper rights?
Okay. If anyone else wants to speak, jump in, because I know I've kind of been yapping. But
you're the one who knows everything about that.
Okay.
You're the one who manages the rights situation.
Yeah. So our ultimate goal is to be able to put on one major production through Rare Theatricals. That is preferably in a major city like Cincinnati, because that's where we'll get our funding and our audience. And then once that production is done, which it'll be a full-scale production, not anything like a workshop, closer to a SEPA, I would say. Once that production's done, then we're hoping, if we get the opportunity to transfer it somewhere else, we'd love to. But if not, we just want it to be licensable to schools, regional and community theaters, like, you know, other shows that a high school would do, or a theater near you. Because at this moment in time, it's not, nobody can do it. No one's legally allowed to do it. So we're hoping to make those rights publicly available.
Yes.
Yes.
That is the main thing. Like we want to put on a show for ourselves, or like a flagship show, essentially, to get it started, to get the ball rolling. But it is mainly just as something to get it started again, as something to see the results of our efforts. But the main goal, kind of like with Carrie in the end, like they did a show, but that show itself wasn't huge. But now Carrie is a fairly popular musical for high schools to do. So it was a situation like that where, because when we produce a show, it's going to be, it's going to be a professional show. It's going to be like us and then a bunch of theater professionals doing it. And we'll take from the community as much as we can and be part of the community as much as we can. But in the end, it becomes a professional endeavor and not as much of a community event as we wish it could be. So in that case, afterwards, then it's open to anyone, and anyone can try to put on their own show legally
paid for, the whole shebang, the way you would through Concord or MTI or any of that.
That's our main goal, is to make the show licensable. Our main goal is not to make it to Broadway.
No. And as much as I love this show, it's not a show that's not a Broadway show. It's a great show, just not one that
I was waiting for you guys to mention that. Please make that a note, the difference between trying to make it to Broadway again versus what we actually want.
Yes.
Yeah. We do not, if someone says, hey, we like your show, do you want to go off Broadway? We'll be like, sure. And if someone says, we like your show, we want to go on Broadway, we'll be like, probably not.
Maybe not. We know how that worked out the first time, unless our odds look good. And but that's a rare.
I think our odds are better off Broadway.
Right, that's what I'm saying. And no show that's not on Broadway is any less good or valid as one that is.
Right.
I got to put that out there too, because a lot of people think Broadway is the ultimate goal, and it's really not. You can have a show that's better than a Broadway show that's not on Broadway.
We don't need to win any Tonys here.
No.
Right. That's not our goal. We just want to be good. We just want to have fun.
All right. So will there be an album or a pro shot?
We hope so. Pro shot, we're not sure of the legal standing of that, but album, absolutely. We would really love to do a concept and a cast album to get the music out there again, because you can't listen to it on anything besides YouTube, which is really inconvenient for people who like to stream their musicals and try to listen to new musicals, and you got to search for it. So we would love to get the music out there.
And what is available right now is not super high quality.
No. And it's not finalized either. I don't think there's a professional recording ever of the music that's finalized. So we'd love to do one of that.
Yeah. And it would probably be, I'm a fan of either soundboard recordings or everyone stands on stage with mics recordings.
I like those.
And that would be so
like
much easier.
And like how they used to do it.
Yeah.
And it'll sound great.
So we're hoping to do like a nice professional recording, but not necessarily like a super high quality, like fancy studio recording. Just like it's gonna sound nice. We're gonna get everyone. We're gonna, the cast of whatever show we do, hopefully, and just do a full sing through of the show and make it all nice. Because getting a actual professional recording out there is what keeps the show going. It's what helps people discover it. And it's what helps people listen to it to see if they want to do it as a production, stuff like that. Pro shot, a lot more, again, a lot more difficult. Right?
And it depends on the legality of it, which is already complicated enough as it is. So
it's not a no.
And it's also expensive, and equity has to be involved, and we don't know anything about that. So equity, if you don't know, is a big actors union, and it's very complicated.
Yeah.
Which is why the Raggedy Ann archival recording that we have up on YouTube wasn't supposed to be released. But it said it was on the website, so I listened to the website. Can't blame
me. Let's see.
All right.
I think we've mostly covered, we ended up covering things as we talked for the most part. I think there's just one last thing that I want to touch on a little bit, which is that the Arcola performance showcased, hopefully.
Yeah. So Someone else talk about this.
Okay. So the Arcola, Illinois Raggedy Ann Rally is one of the biggest Raggedy Ann events that's happening right now. And it happens every year in June. I think it's June 7th and 8th this year.
It is.
And we were, well, you guys started going in 2022. And then we were more officially invited in 2023 by the organizers of the rally to show up and to talk a little bit about what we do and about our plans. And Kathy Ellis, the organizer of the Raggedy Ann Rally, loves us.
She loves it.
And so she invited us this coming year to do a small song showcase at the next Raggedy Ann Rally, where we, just get a pianist and get a space and sing a handful of songs from the show. We're still working on that. Plans are still in development. But hopefully that's something that we're able to do. And in that case, record it and do a little.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Sorry. And if that comes to fruition, that is sort of like a music workshop. So if you want to see like one of the first performances of the Raggedy Ann revival, that would be a great place to show up to. It's always a lot of fun. It is a lot of fun. So
yeah, and that won't be the whole thing. It's going to be like 8 or 9 songs, like the ones that we can perform with only 4 people or so. But hopefully that'll go forward well, and we can do that, and we can get that set up, because I'm excited about that. But yeah, if you think you'll be able to come to the Raggedy Ann Rally in Arcola, Illinois, you should. And if you're in the server, we're around, and we were planning our trip as well, and so we can always help people plan if they're not sure about the schedule and stuff. But the older Raggedy Ann collectors community loves having new people. They love seeing new people there. Every year that we go, they always say how much they love having us there and how much they love having young people joining the community and new faces joining the community. And it's great, and it's a lot of fun. So that's part of it, as well as just getting the rest of the Raggedy Ann community aware of the musical. And they're definitely our big supporters in getting it out there, and the fact that Raggedy Ann as a franchise is gaining popularity again, is gaining fandom again, is a big deal to them. So hopefully.
Okay, now
is Scott still waiting?
Yes, he is.
Okay,
I think we could let him in.
I think we could let him in. Sorry for keeping you out. Open the floodgates.
Let's get him.
Right.
Hello.
Hi.
Way to welcome Scott Schafer.
Hi.
Hi. It's great to have you here. We're so excited.
Thanks. It's nice to see you again.
Welcome. So, I mean, needs no introduction.
Scott. Oh, no, I'd like an introduction, because I'm joining you from space.
Wow, that's crazy.
I don't know what happened, but my mother is turning 91 this week, so I'm down in Florida with her. Long story, she has this gorgeous apartment on the ocean at Fort Myers Beach, which was destroyed in the hurricane in 22. So it's still, it has no running water, no electricity. It's like a mess. But anyway, we're over here now because she wanted to get some things. So we climbed the 6 floors to her apartment because there's no elevator, and we're up here. And I said, well, Mom, she often Zooms with me to my church in New York. And so I said, well, we'll sit on the balcony amongst the falling down things, and we'll do church, and then I'll come do this. And so we go to get on the Zoom, and it didn't dawn on me, she has no Wi-Fi here, right?
Oh,
And I had brought my computer to do it, so we had a bigger screen. So then I'm on my phone, And because I've got the time, I'm playing around with the backgrounds. Well, I put this dumb thing up and I can't figure out how to get it off. So I apologize.
It's
No,
okay.
it's
I think we like it.
It's a cool
I think
background.
it's very fitting.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
All right.
All right. Okay. So, welcome to the stream. We have a few questions submitted by a few questions that I prepared and a few questions that are submitted by viewers. And there are some in the chat as well, some new ones. But we have some prepared. But welcome. Thank you for joining us. It's so
My
great
pleasure.
to talk to you again. It's great.
Good to see you.
Okay. Let's start with some questions. First one here. What is the best interaction you had with the cast / favorite memory of the cast and the crew during the show?
Well, I'm going to say whatever pops into my head first. And my favorite memory was that when we were developing the show, we worked on it for 3 years, and we would go back up to Albany to work on it. And then when we took that trip to Russia, we were there on New Year's Eve, and they took us. I thought they were taking us out to kill us somewhere, frankly, but they took us out into the country and put us on troikas and covered us with blankets and drove us around in the snow like it was like magic. It was the best thing in the world. Also, they had served us a lot of vodka before we got on the troikas, and we had the best time. It was the best bonding experience with that cast, and I knew that we'd always be friends from then on. So it doesn't really have anything to do with the show, but that's my favorite memory.
That is so sweet. Oh my God, that sounds so fun.
Cool.
Okay.
It was like being in a scene from Dr. Zhivago. I swear to you, it was the best.
I mean, the question was, what's your favorite memory with the cast, not necessarily of the show. So that's wonderful.
That is definitely it.
That's a good memory.
Okay. What's your favorite song from the show?
It's probably, and I can't even tell you what the title is, but for me, it's that number where all the dolls come out of the box.
Oh yeah.
Just because it was every night when I would open that lid, Randy's or Raggedy Ann's already on the bed, and she calls us all out, and opening that box, and with my first line, what's that I hear, and popping out and looking at the audience and seeing a different set of families, children with their little Raggedy Ann and Andy dolls on their laps, watching the box open. It was like, from then it's all kind of a blur because it just never ends. It just goes on and on and on. But that moment, it was kind of silent and still, and the poor girl's dying in her bed, and it's all kind of like, oh, this is very serious. And then these dolls come out, and the kids' faces were great.
Oh,
so that's always been my favorite song. And we had a fun little dance in that one, and so it was fun.
I love that.
Another song question. Do you prefer Mexico, which was the Andy's boat building song for most of the run, or Make Believe, which was the boat building song on Broadway? If you remember the difference.
It's okay if you don't remember.
No,
Yeah.
I sang Mexico through the whole run.
Almost the whole run.
Well, the whole run. What was the whole run? 4 days? And I honestly don't remember that other song. You sure that was written after rather than before?
It was
Yes.
after.
We have one Broadway like audio recording where you sing that song instead of Mexico, and that's the only time it's ever shown up.
And also
So
in one of our
it
scripts.
must have been during previews, because those poor people, they were trying to find a song that made me sound good, because I am not a singer. And but honestly, I have no recollection of that.
That's fair. You probably sang it once and then never again.
Yeah. Yeah, that's probably it.
Okay. Moving through. Choosing them in order here. Did you read or like have any awareness of the Raggedy franchise before you were cast in the show?
Oh yeah. Yeah, of course. I did. I had well, I can't say for sure. They were either mine or my brother's, because we were 18 months apart, so we didn't really have our own toys, but we certainly had the dolls. I'm not sure I had read any of the stories before getting the job, and then of course I read them.
Oh, that's lovely.
Oh, that's good. You did your research.
Yeah.
Well, a little, you know.
A little bit.
And then follow up to that, had you seen the animated, the 70s movie before you were in the show?
Not before I was in the show. After I was in the show, I saw it.
Okay. That makes sense.
Yeah.
Mm.
All right. We got a lot of questions. I'm picking them strategically.
It sounds like you're setting a trap.
We are.
Well, and some of these you already answered essentially. Okay. What was the worst costume malfunction, if any, that you had or that you remember from the show?
I Carrie Robbins is the most brilliant costume designer I think that was ever on Broadway. And and she sent me 2 Christmas cards this year. So we are still in touch.
Yay!
But I loved my costumes so much. So much. And the only time I ever remember having a problem was early on. It may have been when we were still workshopping up in Albany, because even during the workshops, we did full runs of the show, costume sets, lights. The whole thing was rehearsed, and the stockings, the red and white stockings originally, keeping those up was, I mean, I learned to embrace it because it was something funny to work with. But in the beginning, those darn socks would not stay up. But nothing horrible happened with costume wise for me. Or I can't really think of anybody else, but my memory's shot, so I don't know.
That's fair.
That is fair.
That seems in character for Andy to have his socks always falling down.
Yeah. Oh, they were definitely always like scrunch.
Yeah.
But I mean, like literally, they were down around my ankles and coming down over my shoes, which makes dancing kind of hard.
Yeah, I can imagine.
We have one from the chat here. Do you miss playing Andy?
Well, sure. Who wouldn't? I mean, the even in such a kind of darkly weird story that Bill Gibson wrote to sort of flesh it out, it was the hope and the joy and the fun and I guess it's a childish notion, but the fact that of course we could save this girl, you know, she just needs love. And so we'll get you to your mom and you'll get that love and you'll be okay. I mean, that's a joy to do every night. So
Absolutely.
Yeah. Well, let's see.
What's
Question
with
from
Andy's obsession with dynamite? Okay. What do we have here?
well, you know, everyone has a dark side.
It's so true.
Oh, I hear that. Okay.
That's a good question.
I knew that
Yeah,
was
I think it's all that sort of macho boy bravado.
Mhm.
You know, boys like to bang things up and cause a ruckus.
We love dynamite. Yeah.
Well, and thankfully nowadays, where we can actually not stay in our own little boxes, everybody loves dynamite.
Exactly. Yeah.
For sure. For sure.
Okay, we got some from the chat. Which did you meet Mark Baker while he was part of the 1980 the early production, the early workshops?
Oh yeah, I did. I was his understudy. So that first year, and the only reason I was involved was because I was up in Albany at the Egg doing a production of Our Town, playing George Gibbs. And when they came up to do after they cast the first round and brought everybody up, they asked me. Patricia Snyder came into my dressing room one night and said, "I have a question for you." And I was like, "Sure, what?" And she said, "Well, our next production is a workshop of a show based on the Raggedy Ann and Andy stories, and it's all cast." Because she knew an actor's next question is, "Can I be in it?"
Mhm.
And she said, "How would you feel about understudying Andy?" And you know, I didn't have a job to go to, so I was like, "Sure." So so I did meet him then.
Nice.
And I liked him. And he was, I mean, I completely understand why he got cast, because he was out there and could be a little weird and scary. And I think with this whole approach to the show, with, you know, the girl's mom having left for Hollywood and all that kind of stuff that you don't expect with Raggedy Ann and Andy, I think he was a perfect choice.
Well, we also think you're a perfect choice.
Absolutely.
So.
Absolutely.
Got another one. What was your reaction to, I guess, getting cast and getting to be Andy and not just the understudy once the second round?
Oh, well, that was exciting and terrifying, because I started out as a straight actor. You know, I hadn't had a dance lesson or a voice lesson in my life. And the idea to be thrown into a big musical was terrifying. And so I was thrilled. And I think if I had been any older, I would have just said, "Oh, no, I can't do this."
Well, we're glad you said yes.
Absolutely.
Yes.
Well, and it's also weird that, you know, it's once you've got something on your resume, then all of a sudden I couldn't get seen for a play to save my life. You know, because the casting directors and agents are just like the rest of us. You see somebody do one thing and you think that's what they do.
Right.
So it was bizarre. It was very bizarre. it's like I'm not a Les Miserables guy. I can't sing that stuff. But but it's like, no, you did a musical on Broadway. So it was it made for an interesting living for quite a while.
No, what that means is that you have range.
Well, or it just means that people are forgiving.
Yeah.
And the things that would make them initially think, before Raggedy Ann, if you had gotten my resume for anything, even kind of actor singer shows like A Day in Hollywood, A Night in the Ukraine, or any of those things, they would have passed me over because he's like, well, he has no musical experience.
Right.
He probably can't read tune or learn a song, and we've only got 6 weeks, so we're moving on. But once you get that first little stamp of approval, then it's like, oh, okay, we'll see him.
Yeah.
So it was very helpful.
Absolutely.
All right. Have one. 1 second. Okay. This is one. Okay. There's general acting questions as well. Like, how do you deal with stage fright? How do you prepare for a show?
Stage fright. The only way to deal with stage fright is to rehearse well. I mean, honestly, you can't go out there sort of half prepared, because the audience smells it in a second. And they turn. So I just think, I mean, there are the regular things, the things you do in real life when you get tense, breath control, focusing on your breath. There's a lot of, it's not opening night. It's the same show we did last night when it was a preview. You have to trick yourself the way you have to trick yourself before you go in for a job interview, or you meet your boyfriend's parents, or all of those things that are going to be important to you in your life. You've kind of just got to plow ahead, take a breath, say a prayer if that works for you, and just do it.
That's really great advice.
Yes.
Yes.
Well, what's your favorite character from the show? And to make it difficult, I'll say you can't say Andy.
I wouldn't say Andy.
Oh no!
Oh.
Gosh, it's so hard. I love Ivy so much. And we went through so much together through all those years. That it's got to be her. But I had a Leo Burmester, who his past was a force of nature, and when I don't remember when he joined us, but he was a great energy boost for all of us. And so that might be my second favorite character.
Great choices.
Very, very good choices.
They're both very good choices. Yes. Let's see. We got another one from the chat here. What was your reaction when you found out you were going to do the show in another country in a completely different language?
Oh, thrilling. Absolutely thrilling. When I grew up, and we were signed kind of nowadays, the Iron Curtain is being drawn shut again because of the Ukrainian war and all the other stuff going on right now. But at the time, I grew up with Russia as, like the night to our day, and such polar opposite countries with such different ideals that the fact that we were going to be the first American show to go there since the Cold War began. It was great. It was thrilling, and it was not. I have been to Russia since, and it's not what it was then. It was scary getting off that plane. They took Bill Gibson and his wife, and we lost them for hours when we got off the plane. And we didn't know if they were going to let them in or send them back or what the deal was. And it's like, come on, he's written a musical, and the fact that you could not. We stayed in a lovely hotel, but we were told before even going that your rooms will be bugged, you will be watched, and they made sure the people at the desk, the maids, the cleaning people, you really shouldn't leave the hotel on your own. And if you did, you were followed. You saw them. They didn't really try to hide it. And on the streets, it wasn't like here where you can walk down a busy street and, there are windows. You can see, oh, that's a clothing store, that's a grocery store, that's a pharmacy, because everything was shuttered and dark, and you didn't know what anything was. It was a little disconcerting, but a great experience. And the people at the theater, because theater over there, state run, every actor, every dancer, every singer, every stagehand, they've got a job for life at the theater where they're working. And they were so welcoming and excited to have us around them, and the orchestra was all Russian, so except for the conductor and the assistant conductor who was the keyboard player, that it was. I'm going off, but anyway,
that's what you're here for.
Yeah,
that's why we have you here. Is to listen to you.
Yeah, no, it was really, really cool.
Yeah. We actually, in the chat now, we have someone from Russia who is watching and who enjoys the musical. All right. Let's see, what else do we have? What was it like meeting Joe Raposo?
He was a big teddy bear. He was great. And he was an actor's composer. Like, he knew I wasn't a great singer, and he was so excited with that Mexico song the first time he played it for me, because it wasn't a huge range. It was, it was a good patter song, and like, he really worked that out for me. So he was a brilliant composer, I think.
Absolutely. That's being willing to work with your actors, I think, is a really great mark of a great composer.
Yeah, absolutely.
We're getting a little low on time, but we might have a couple more. If you could change anything about the show, or if there's anything you think should be changed for the revival, what would it be?
This, well, it's the first thing I think of, so I'm going to say it. And this has nothing to do with the show, but the conductor was my partner. We met doing the show, and after Russia, his name was Ross Allen. Ross and I went on vacation, and we went to Paris, and he got sick in Paris. And we thought he had a cold. We thought he had the flu and all that kind of stuff. And we cut our trip short and came home. Turned out he had AIDS. Oh. And he fought valiantly for 3 years. And then he died. And it has nothing to do with the show, but, you know, that is the huge pivotal thing about the show I wish I could change, because I can't disconnect the two because they happened at the same time. The wonderful thing was that he got strong enough again to take the show over again. But at the time they insisted on hiring a second conductor. They were very good to him, but they hired a second conductor because they couldn't take the chance that he wasn't going to be up to conducting one night. Which was great. And his name was, I think it's Roy Rogeson. I might have that wrong. You guys probably know.
We can figure it out.
Not off the top of our heads, but
but he was a lovely man, understanding, supportive, became a great friend, and he was the one that was gracious enough to let Ross conduct opening night on Broadway.
Oh, that's so
and
nice.
he was skin and bones at that point. And the idea, and it's always been an interesting, and I've talked to lots of other people that have this, like the biggest joy, or the best thing in their life also being the worst thing, or those things converging at the same time, is I think it makes what has made this show so special for me all these years.
Absolutely.
That's just between us. Please don't share that with anyone else.
Well,
too late.
Too late. This is being streamed live.
Yeah. Hey, you all.
You do that.
Please be kind.
Yes.
As long as everyone here is polite and kind, which, I mean, we have a lovely community. I'm sure everybody.
Well,
Plenty
if
of love
you're
in the
Raggedy
chat.
fans,
Yeah.
you're good.
Yeah.
So
You have been getting a lot of love in the chat, a lot of support.
And thank you.
People are being very sweet.
Thank you so much for sharing. And thank you so much for being willing to speak about that with us and share that with us.
Sure.
Mm-hmm.
Sure.
All right. Well, is there anything else you'd like to add or like to talk about before you head out?
No, I'm just very curious to hear where you guys are with trying to get your show on and all of that. But maybe I don't want to take up everybody else's time. Maybe.
Oh no, that's a great question. I'll give you the short answer, the short version of that. So we've made amazing progress with both the Gibson and Raposo estates. And at this point in time, we are nearing a point where we can create a draft agreement for workshopping. And once we are into workshopping, then that we'll do a year or two of that, and then we can pretty much get it on the stage.
Awesome.
Mm-hmm.
Well, keep me in the loop, because at one of those performances, I will be there.
Absolutely.
You will be invited.
Right.
Yes, you're gonna get a ticket.
Yeah.
We'll give you a ticket.
No, I'll even buy my ticket. It's okay.
You're not allowed to buy your ticket.
All right. Well, continued success. It's been great talking to you all. And I hope the rest of the day goes well. And please give my love to everybody. as they join.
Absolutely.
Yes.
Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you
Thank you
so
so
much.
much.
Yes, thank you, Scott.
You bet.
It's nice seeing
Bye,
you.
everybody.
Goodbye.
Bye.
Oh, he's drifting away.
He's drifting off into space.
There we go.
Okay.
There we are.
He drifted away.
Oh no.
We
Into the
sent him
atmosphere.
into orbit.
Yo, we got a nice shot at the end there. Okay.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
All right,
was,
so
yeah.
that was so sweet. So now we have a 15-minute intermission of sorts. We're just generally gonna chat about stuff. I need to grab more water, so I'll be
Me
right back.
too.
That's a good idea.
That's how much
We'll
water I got.
trade off. You go grab water, then I go grab water.
And then I'll do.
I'll go grab water. I'll go grab water first.
I'm
But
reading the chat right now, so I'm not paying attention.
Oh,
but-
go ahead.
Who is
next
it next?
up, that's what I was going to say. Next up, in 15 minutes, we have Pamela Sousa, who played Bat in Asipa, so in the footage that we have. So stay tuned. That's coming up soon. But until then, we're just going to sort of chat and hang out. And I'm going to get water.
Yay! The heat just turned on, and I'm literally sitting right underneath the heat vent, so I have hot air blowing on me.
I'm in front of a really hot window, but we're hanging on.
Anyway, I saw someone ask in the chat like half an hour ago, about whether we are selling costumes based on the characters, and we are not selling costumes, but Mac makes costumes. You can commission Mac to make a costume for you based on any of the toy characters, any of the dolls in the show. I don't know what other costumes you do, but I know you do the dolls.
Yeah, if you came here from my TikTok, that's where I got mine. And she's
And
such a
mine.
good, like, she's and she's
Grace.
such an amazing,
And
and Grace. So like pretty much all of us besides Brooklyn. She's such an amazing artist. Like literally, I am astounded every time I see her work. And mine fits me like a glove, and it's so comfy, and I can wear it in the cold or the warm or whatever.
Yes.
So if you want a costume of one of the dolls, that is the place to go. Faux show, or just a doll, or anything.
Yeah.
We're plugging her business right now.
Because someone
got you,
asked in
Mac.
the chat.
Shameless plug. Yeah, you're right. Also a shameless plug.
Oh my gosh. I'm looking at my email because Pamela just joined and then she left.
Well, she was
Well,
probably just
we
making
still-
sure that it worked.
Yeah, we have
Yeah.
time. And if
Uh,
she's late or there's another issue, we can figure it out. We got
Oh
time.
yeah, it's not a.
I'm back if anyone else wants to run to grab water.
Me. Be right back. I'm muting myself in the meantime.
Yes, everyone is saying support Mac.
100%. I will go grab this costume right now and show you how good quality it is. I wear it so often, and
I'll
I
grab
do so
mine.
many silly things in this costume, and it's holding together so well.
Yeah.
I mean, really.
Yeah, we're ridiculous.
Go watch my TikToks, please.
Yeah. Watch Grace TikToks at what's your username? At Ashen Lion
Yeah,
on TikTok.
the same thing. Every handle I have is the same.
And we run around our cola in them.
Yes, that
So-
too. Oh my gosh.
It's so fun. Someone said yes, please show us the costume.
Okay, I will do that. Let me turn my video off really quick.
I have a question from the chat once Gwen comes back, but I don't want to ask without Gwen here.
Okay,
Mhm.
sounds good. I will be leaving for 2 seconds when Gwen comes back because I need water.
Okay.
I am so sweaty, y'all. I'm back.
Okay.
I need to take my sweater off.
My AirPods worked all the way downstairs. I'm astounded. Good work.
Okay, I have a question from the chat. Although I guess maybe I'll wait until Ronnie and Gray come back, and once we're done talking about
Whatever. Okay.
the costumes and stuff.
I'm gonna mute myself because I'm gonna eat. I made homemade cookies just for this event. Just kidding. I made them for fun. But I'm muting myself so I can grab a little snacky.
I'm looking through my emails because I think I forgot to send Pamela the detailed schedule thing.
Well, I thought you already did because you had to ask her if it worked, and she said yes, it does. So you did send it to her.
Okay.
Grace back.
I'm back. I grabbed the I only have one of Max. Here we go. In a second. Got them all separated, all taken care of, you know.
Show and tell.
Ironed and all that good stuff. All right, they're not.
I'm pretty sure Pamela thought she was scheduled for 1.
No.
Well,
she joined and left right away. She was just checking to make sure it worked.
if she knew it was scheduled for 1, she would have stayed.
Yeah.
If she thought it was scheduled for 1, she would have stayed to see. If we don't see her at 1:15, then you can email her.
Yes.
But we don't know yet.
Yeah.
So chill.
Don't. We're all good. It's gonna be all right. Things like this tend to happen. So when things like this happen, but they're not a red alarm, then we all get scared because we have a history of some mishaps in our Zooms. But it'll be okay. I trust that this situation
we'll figure it out.
Zoom fate will be in our favor.
Hey guys in the chat, by the way, please don't spam questions.
Yeah, send them once, we'll see them. I screenshot them and I save them. You don't need to spam them. People asking how much they cost, that is specific to when you commission them. But as far as anywhere you can contact Mac. So server, Instagram, Tumblr, Facebook, Etsy, anywhere you can find Mac, you can commission her.
Yes.
So
I wanted to show this off really quick. Hold on a second. The little snaps. You see this? This is the waist, the shirt, right? Here's the little paper flower. And look at this. This is so cute. Look at this. Bam.
Snazzy.
But I really like the wigs. I have 2 Andy wigs. Hold on. This was the first one. And I have abused this so much. And it's held together so well. I mean, really, look at this. Absolute craftsmanship. And the other wig is a bit longer yarn, which is and also a bigger size for my head. It's really great stuff. So please, like, seriously, consider getting a doll costume for Mac. I mean, really.
Absolutely.
All right, I'm running to get some water too, actually. Is everyone back?
Go ahead.
Yeah, you can go ahead.
Stay
Awesome.
hydrated.
Stay hydrated. I have a question from the chat, which is, do we hope to bring the show to other countries afterwards?
It is a hope. It is not a thing that we are going to do. It is if we have the opportunity, we would love to.
And it's nothing that we can do on our own because all of us are from the USA and mostly only speak English, I think. So if someone else asks to work with us on that, we'd love to do that. But copyright as it is, or at least copyright law, only works for the United States, especially with this show because of the way it is. And so to get that to happen for other countries is a long and a hard process. And if we get the opportunity, we would love to. We'd love to go all in. but we would need someone else. We need a third party to help us with that.
Yes.
Yeah.
But we would love to make. Sorry, I thought someone was coming down the stairs. We would love to have an official like Russian translation because the show is actually still very popular in Russia, being performed by community theaters and schools. Um, and we would love for them to be able to perform it legally
And accurately with the
with the
real music.
songs
Yeah.
With the songs.
because they don't have the songs.
Yeah,
and the
so
updated script. Because I
Right.
feel like, yeah.
So being able to get a Russian version and, maybe do our own show, but more likely just be able to help with the show and license it in Russia. I mean, you don't have to, it's like you don't have to worry as much about licensing if you just want to do one.
Right.
But the hope would be to make it available in Russia because they're still doing the show and they're still doing the show without the songs. So, we that's the main country and language that we would love to get it translated to, and we'd love to get it established over there. But anything else?
The other reason that we feel this way is because Raggedy Ann is like a really American franchise.
It is.
A lot of people, besides maybe Japan, some of Canada, and obviously Russia through the show, don't know who she is at all, have no context, which in some regards works in the show's favor, and in other regards, why would you want to do a show about Raggedy Ann if you don't know who that is?
Right.
But at least for Russia, it's worked really well, and they've created some beautiful shows because of that. But we just don't know who would pick it up, without the context of the franchise.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm actually curious. With the original run, did they have to make any accommodations for the Russian market? And would you guys have to do that as well? Or is it kind of just as is?
So from what we know, the original Moscow production that had the American company, the only changes that they made was that they added in some Russian words. It was a lot of
Gingham and
Raggedy
Yarn was
Ann.
in
Yeah.
Russian.
So
Ragdolly was in
they
Russian.
translated a few of the songs completely into Russian. I think Gingham and Yarn and Ragdolly are the ones that are confirmed, but there were probably other ones we don't know. And some characters would say certain lines in Russian, but it was mostly English. I know Ivy, who played Raggedy Ann, she was the one who spoke the most Russian in the show. She had to learn it for the show.
Wow.
And she had a lot of little asides where one character would say something in English and then she would say the same thing in Russian as an aside. But from what we know, that's the only thing that was changed about the show.
And a lot of the audience were like more elite, at least in status, which means that they had some English education.
I see.
Yeah.
Okay.
And they before each act, they would do a summary.
Oh,
they had someone come out and they would give a summary of the act in Russian.
Yes. But there is a Russian script that is completely in Russian, and that's how there are so many productions.
You can find it on Wattpad.
You can find it on Wattpad. But that is also extremely accurate to the English script. I don't think anything's really
so
changed.
Faithful.
Yeah.
One of I don't know which version of the script is faithful to, but it's not
85.
The later,
It's 85 with some updates, but it's closest to the 85 one. And so that Russian script wasn't performed by the American actors. That Russian script was translated so that the show could be licensed in Russia afterwards.
And it never was.
And it never was, and the script just made its way out into the world.
And I remember reading in early 2021 when we first started this. This was on like a message board somewhere, so this could be totally false. But I remember that the script was kept by a stagehand. I read that somewhere. It could be false.
Cool.
So I don't know if that's true. I've never been able to find it again, but I remember I read and I went, wow, that's a fun fact I can tell my friends. And then I couldn't find it ever again. So that could be a total lie, but it could also be how the script survived in Russia. We don't know.
Right on.
Okay, since we only have a minute, I'm gonna run to the bathroom. I'll be right back.
Okay. We won't do anything until you come back.
Cool.
She is here.
She's in the waiting room?
She is not here.
Oh, she's not here. That's
No.
fine. That's fine. She still has a
why is my-
couple minutes. Because
Camera
we got 2
bugging.
people who are gone.
And if
Oh, Gray's
if
back.
she's
With the dog!
Oh.
Yo.
Hi, buddy.
I had to grab her because if I didn't, she would cry really loud. So,
Okay.
she will behave.
She's our special guest.
Yay. Yeah, she's our guest until Pamela gets here. This is our guest of honor.
Yes.
This
I'm
is
gonna
our
take
place.
I'm gonna take a peek at the chat.
It's 12:15.
Yes.
It's all right.
That's okay.
She's yeah. Give her some
Not a
time.
big
My
deal.
computer personally is like 5 minutes behind at all times, so don't blame her.
Sure,
And
I
if-
did give her the detailed schedule. I think I forgot. I think I gave her the hesitant one that said 1 p.m. to.
Well, you can email her right now.
I'm going to.
Yeah.
Yeah, just confirming that you're checking in with us at 1:15. And if you still need time to set up, just let me know.
Yeah.
Yeah, if she doesn't show up in like the next 5 minutes, that's all right.
Mhm.
We can fill time. We're smart. We got buffer time for a reason, you know.
Oh yeah.
You got to figure it out.
We're still
We're
waiting
gonna-
for Pam, but that's okay. Mac is emailing her.
Cool. That's fine.
Mhm.
I'm paying attention, I promise. I'm just reading the chat.
Also, Gray has
Yeah.
a dog.
Yeah, Gray does have a dog. Do any of you guys have a Raggedy Ann stool? I don't even know what that is, brother.
What?
A Raggedy Ann stool?
I don't
Don't
know.
know.
I don't have
Don't know
one.
what that is. I definitely don't have one because if I did, it
Raggedy
would.
Ann trash can in
I
a
do.
few antique stores.
I have a Raggedy Ann trash can.
For your Raggedy Ann trash.
Wow.
Yeah. It's not here with
But-
me, but I have one.
I just looked the stool thing up and they're kind of creepy.
I have a.
They are.
I have an
So-
Andy mug.
A mug?
Yeah,
I
and
don't think we're allowed
and
to
it
talk
and it
about
has
that.
and it has
That
Andy
one's
on
fine.
it.
Oh, okay, gotcha. Okay.
That's a mug with Andy on it. That's
all
allowed.
right.
That's
All
It's
right.
an
not
Andy
the
mug.
Andy mug, but we're not talking about the Andy
Hey.
mug.
I have.
The Andy mug. I don't know what the Andy mug is.
Hey,
We're
we're
not
not
gonna
allowed to talk about
it.
that.
Not okay.
You
Okay.
guys,
You
look at my
can't
cool Andy
Stoke
mug
my
though.
intrigue. Okay.
Oh, I thought Pamela joined, and I was about to be like,
No,
I don't
Mac
need to
turned
explain
her
what's happening.
turned her camera off.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
I guess in the meantime, does anyone have anything else they want me to yap about? I'm looking at the chat. Looking at the chat as we speak.
I'm looking at questions. I do have topics about script changes and stuff, but I don't want to get into them if we don't know how much time we're
Yeah, how
going
much
to
time we
have,
have left.
essentially.
Yeah, if there's anything y'all want me to briefly yap about, let me know.
Also, Mac, if you don't get a hold of Pamela, I do have her number.
I don't know where Mac is. That's all
You
right.
tell Al.
What?
What?
You tell me that now as I'm frantically attempting to plug an image into an e.
You don't have to put an image in there. Just say that 1:15 was her time. You don't have to put an
the
image in there.
in.
Okay.
You don't have to put the whole image.
Any favorite lines from the OG script? My favorite line from the original script is I started that with so much confidence and then immediately
I have
forgot what I was
one.
gonna say. Yeah, you took
My
you go
favorite
first.
line is "This cloud has a hole in it."
Oh, I knew that. I knew that.
That's what the camel says. It's
Yeah.
a great line.
I gotta say, I guess my favorite is just I'm an underprivileged boy, frustrated by lack of opportunities to do good.
That's
Me
a good
too.
line.
The me too adds a lot.
Me too.
Me too.
Someone got their Furby on the stream. Crazy.
What?
Where is my camera?
It's on.
It's on.
I can't see myself.
I don't know how to help you with that.
Just trust.
Yeah.
You're on. Brooke, do you
Uh,
have a favorite line?
I'm looking for when I was sent Pamela's number. So give me a second.
No prob.
What's something you definitely know will be in the show? Teddy. Teddy. I love Teddy.
We're gonna fight so
I
hard.
just feel like we did such a good job collectively on that character.
Yes.
And I'm just so happy with how they turned out. Like they flow so naturally in the script. They fit so well with the rest of the cast of characters, and they're so cute, and like all the dialogue is really natural and Gibson-y, and I don't know, I just feel like we did such a good job on that, and I love them so much.
Labor
I'm
of
so
love.
happy.
This character.
Yes, and I'm so happy that they work.
Michelan watching. Everyone say hi to Michelan.
Hi, Michelan. Thank you for watching.
Oh my gosh, hello, Michelan. We're so excited to talk to you later.
Yes.
This will be fun. I haven't talked to you yet, so I'm really excited.
Yeah, I don't see Pamela's number. I had it. Maybe it's in my...
Mac, did you send the email?
Yes, I sent the email.
Good.
I'm looking in the chat for Michelan.
Yeah, I don't know. I had it written down, I assumed, but I don't know. We could also just have Michelan in now and swap their times, but I think that would be confusing.
That would be confusing. We can wait. We sent her an email, or Mac sent her an email.
I think we should wait.
We should wait.
I think we should
try to stick to the schedule.
It'll work out, and we have buffer time built in. So.
Oh yeah.
So in the meantime, we could definitely get back on to that those questions about the scripts, because I think we have the time. And if we're cut off, then that's fine. We can just come back to it later.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's true. Okay, that's very fair. Yeah, someone mentioned Teddy. I wasn't looking.
We were talking about Teddy.
We were talking about Teddy. We love Teddy. Teddy is a good addition. Teddy rounds out the characters and is written naturally and sounds like Gibson wrote the character, which makes me proud of our mad skills.
Teddy is, I mean, again, I wasn't listening. I was looking for them. Teddy's the replacement for Panda.
Yeah,
here,
I was going to say that eventually. I just didn't have a chance.
Question: why the removal of the ant sandwiches line during Something in the Air?
So it's because that's something really, really specific, and you would only know that if you read our script.
Okay.
So
thank you for that specific question.
Yeah,
thank
you're
you
welcome.
for reading our script.
I am perfect for this.
It's because we reverted back to the older version where they picnic after Something in the Air. In later versions of the show, they picnic in the middle of Something in the Air, and that's when the ant sandwiches line was added, and we reverted back.
Okay.
That's
cool.
That's the
and
answer.
also Beans is funnier.
Beans is funnier.
Absolutely.
And we have merch for that.
Well,
Shameless
there you
plug.
go, chat.
I will say I do like the ant sandwiches line. It's very cute.
It is cute. It is pretty cute.
You gotta make sacrifices.
Mm-hmm. You do gotta make sacrifices, and unfortunately, I'm sure we will make
ant sandwiches.
Right. I'm sure there will be more sacrifices made during workshops, but right now I feel like we're at a good place in our script. I'm happy about it.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Someone asked, what is Teddy's personality like? Teddy
British
is well, we will see about that. But Teddy is like a little bookworm a scholar who loves to read and loves to memorize quotes and has a quote for every occasion.
That's Teddy. The glasses and the finger. That's Teddy.
Someone asked if we're adding or cutting any songs, and if we're adding any songs from the 77 film.
Yes. And yeah, you go.
Yes. We hope we don't know if this will happen, but we hope to add No Girls Toy and Candy Hearts into the show. We aren't cutting any songs other than
Make believe.
well, we're not cutting
3.
Make Believe. We
No,
have
no, just one of the
most of
reprises.
them. We just
Yeah.
are using Mexico instead of the
Mhm.
the other one.
Mhm.
But none of the songs have been cut.
Nope.
A couple have been replaced. The light reprise has been replaced by a Carry On reprise.
Because Carry On
Uh,
Reprise is better.
Which
we've
wasn't
also
a part.
added
Yeah.
in a couple more reprises of songs, like Carry On Reprise at the end, and Somewhere reprise that the witch sings.
Which
But
yeah.
none of this is like concrete because we have not gotten it approved yet.
Which is
Yeah.
why we're doing workshops.
Yes.
Which is the whole reason we're doing workshops. And the good news, at least in terms of the 1977 music, is that the copyright for that music and the musical music was combined into one.
Oh,
so
cool.
we can use it.
I did
Yeah.
not know that.
I
That's
didn't
awesome.
either until literally yesterday. We were talking about it.
That's awesome.
If I recall correctly and understand what that meant. We might actually physically have to go to Washington, D.C. to confirm that because the way the legal system works is annoying. But from my understanding,
Road trip.
and the Raposo Estate's understanding, I believe that's the case. So that's cool.
Yes.
Which means hopefully we shouldn't run into too many issues. And also, I mean, if we did run into issues in terms of specifically No Girls Toy and Candy Hearts and Paper Flowers, it would probably mostly be pacing issues, which are still issues. And I don't want to cut those songs, but we'll see what happens with that in workshops. I do think they're good additions as we have them right now.
Yeah.
You're absolutely.
Mm-hmm. And our Somewhere
Oh,
reprise.
shoot.
Oh.
I just got a notification. Someone's
Oh.
DMing me on Discord. I'm gonna
ah.
turn that off so no one can see that. Because I don't want my DMs on the stream. So sorry. Sorry, Amelia. Sorry.
Our Somewhere reprise uses cut lyrics that were already written for Somewhere once upon a time, which makes it like really beautiful, I think. And our No Girls Toy actually has cut lyrics that were written for the musical, I believe, right? Or for the movie? For the musical.
They were written for the 83 production.
83 version, which is the circus draft.
Yes.
So they, yeah.
But those are real lyrics that we did not write.
We did not write. Chucklehead Bumblin is in there. We didn't write that. But we added that on. We didn't replace we replaced the repeated lyrics, so
yes.
You're getting something new. But we didn't write them. For the most part, we didn't write our own lyrics except for maybe Carry On Reprise.
No.
No.
Carry On reprise is pretty entirely written lyrics. I like that it's like 3 or 4 words.
Right.
Same
That's
with
what I meant.
Yeah, there's like 3 or 4 words that we're again suggesting. And same with Mexico. There's 1 or 2 lines that are suggested changes.
Yeah.
The biggest chunk of rewritten lyrics is Teddy's verse in the light, replacing Pandas.
Yes. But other than that, I think it's pretty much all original or cut lyrics.
Yeah, we try to use as much as we can of the original work. We start with the original work and then we see what might need to be changed from that. But a majority of our work on the script has been shuffling around what was already there because we want it to feel like it was like feel the same as the original show and to stay true to Gibson's vision and Gibson's style of writing and all of that. So a lot of it is, even if it's unfamiliar words, those were words that are usually somewhere in one of the scripts at some point.
Yes, we did a lot of
yes.
shuffling around. We took lines that from other characters. We took lines from characters and gave them to other characters. Things like that. We shuffled around like specific, not scenes, but like within scenes, we shuffled around the order of events sometimes. You know, it's just been a lot of a lot of just
shuffling
stuff around.
I think the most original words are if we had to drastically change panda to teddy line, or for clarification's sake.
No, there's one scene that is entirely written by us.
Oh, well, yes, the sword fight.
The sword
that's
fight.
entirely written by us, but I believe we did a good job on that. So
yes.
we did work. And when we do write lines into the show, even if it's just one line or like literally one word, we are all on it, and we are all meticulously approving and going through to make sure it sounds right and is true to the work, and where we do a ton of work to make sure it's as faithful to the original work as possible.
Yes.
Yeah.
We do a ton. referencing Gibson's other work.
Oh, yes. And there's one joke that's originally written, and I'm proud of it.
No, there's a couple actually.
There's a couple.
We put in a meme, but no one's gonna know it's a meme because it wasn't a popular one. We put in
just one. We really showed some real adult restraint there when just one.
Just one. We put in there are quite a few jokes in there that we put in that are not original.
Yeah. But they're good ones. So
yeah, just a way.
But for the most part, and even when we do write new pieces for it, new jokes, we want to write it in his style.
Right. There have been things that we put in the script that we removed because it didn't fit.
It didn't
sound right. It didn't.
But
well, I'm not talking about that.
I know.
But also that.
Yeah, that too.
Don't ask us to put Babette or any of the movie characters in because we're not going to do it. We've already
also tried. One we tried and it didn't work, and two, legal reasons. We cannot.
Yeah, actually, the first draft of the musical script that I was working on. At that point, I was listening to the bootleg by ear, and writing it down. The first draft had every single movie character as ensemble.
I remember that.
And it was rough. And it was not needed, and it didn't aid the story at all, and it low-key made it worse. So we have tried. I get that question a lot. Are you going to add so-and-so from the movie, from the books? And as much as I would love to, no. Now, we do have the creative freedom to put whatever dolls we want in the doll hospital. So
that's where you're going to get your
cameos. Yep, that's where you're going to get your cameos. And I do want to feature a lot of movie and book characters there. Because it's a tribute. It's a tribute to my journey with the show. It's a tribute to the franchise as a whole. It's a tribute to the fandom. You know, I think it would be sweet. So I'm planning on doing that if I end up producing some production.
That's where it's gonna work out best anyway. I mean, we want to see a lot of those beloved characters anyway. So
yeah, absolutely.
Pamela still hasn't responded to my email.
That's okay.
Okay, we're just going to keep moving, and if we get a response from her, then we'll figure something out.
Yeah, we can fit her in somewhere.
But it's
not a big deal.
It's easier to just keep moving than it is to disrupt our whole plan. So
yeah, not a big deal.
Yes.
We'll figure it out. Garrett's here.
Hello, Garrett. And if she also needs to reschedule, I'm sure we can do that too. There might not be all of us here, but we can definitely figure something out. You know.
Yeah, we have the setup now. We have the ability to stream now. I want to do it more and I want to invite people on more. But yeah, hi, Garrett.
Hello, Garrett.
Thinking about. I guess we do have more questions. Let me grab them.
Oh yeah. We've got more questions on our doc. We've got more questions in the chat. People love asking questions.
I'm going to the doc. I'm going to the doc.
Go to the doc.
Because those are ones that we've had that are established.
Yes. I'm just gonna update anyone who hasn't gotten the update. As of now, we are in Pamela's slot, but she hasn't shown up, so we're either gonna reschedule or fit her in somewhere. It's not a big deal. We'll figure it out. And then at 2, Michelan Sisti will be joining us. And we're just gonna keep things moving. We're gonna keep it running, and whatever happens with Pamela, we'll figure something out. So so it'll be all right.
Okay. Yeah. Okay, questions. I'll do them. Was there any point in the project where we wanted to give up?
Yes.
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 So, okay.
Yes.
For me personally, I never wanted to fully give up, but motivation did run pretty low at some points.
Yes.
But I was never like, I don't want to do this anymore. I'm done. But I can't talk for anyone else here.
Yeah, I'll say I started it with no expectations, and then all of a sudden by the end of the night I had sky high expectations. And there have definitely been points, especially when my life has gotten busy, I've started school and stuff, when I have kind of lost the joy and magic. And then I interact with the community and I look at what we've done for more than 2 seconds and I'm like, wow, oh my God. And I do remember at one point I was feeling like I felt like our efforts were for nothing because we were making slow progress. We had reached out to the Gibson, I believe, at that point, but the progress was slow and nothing was really coming of it because the legality was so confusing. There were some events within the server and outside of it regarding the show that really, really made me lose some hope and in what we could do both legally and logistically. And then was it Gail? Gail Benedict?
Gail Benedict.
Gail Benedict, and she dropped some wisdom bombs on us about not only the show, but just like theater and performing and life. And all of a sudden I was like, my life has meaning, bro. And I had so much motivation and I looked at all that we'd done and I just was just astounded and at what we've accomplished in the past few years and what we're continuing to do. And at this point, it's like, we are a legitimate production company and we are doing the revival of the show. And it makes me so happy. It makes me so proud. Like, this is the work out of everything I've ever done in theater or at all that I'm so proud of. And I'm so proud of the community and I'm so proud of what we found, what we've done, what we're making, what we're gonna do. And the future is bright. And I am so happy that we've come this far.
Yeah, I'm in the same sort of boat there, that there was a point where there were things that were happening which started to make it look not necessarily that we couldn't, but like maybe it's not worth the effort, maybe it's not worth the stress, not necessarily that it couldn't happen, but maybe it's not worth it. Mm-hmm. And then like getting back involved and getting to talk to people. Gail is such a big supporter of reviving and changing the show.
Yeah.
A lot of other people who we've talked to, like, oh, they have lovely memories of it and they enjoyed working on it. But Gail is still very active in theater and teaches theater. And when we talked to her about the show, she went, yeah, change everything, fix it, do it.
So Gail, playback, thank you.
Yes. And Gail's wonderful to talk to. Mm-hmm. And yeah, I think for me, when it does get to a point, it's mostly, is this worth the effort? You know, like this show that flopped, that not a lot of people,
anything.
Right? Because it's like not a lot of people know about it, not a lot of people care about it. Is it, is this piece of art necessarily worth preserving? It's the same kind of thing that I think comes into the lost media community a lot. Like, what is worth putting all this effort into when it's just some obscure piece of media that people forgot about? But like then I get reminded of what it's done for me and what it's done for a lot of people in the community, even just the community that has been built around it. And absolutely. So when I get to that point and I get in my head, like, why am I doing this? There are other things I could put my energy towards that would be seen as, worthwhile more so than reviving this show that people were happy to forget.
Yeah.
It's seeing how far we have come and just how much it has changed and how much it has done for people. It's like, oh, right. It's worth it. Art is worth it.
Yeah. I know. And I'm an ADHD driven girly. So when our progress slows down, which it's never halted, but when things are slowed down and people are busy, all of a sudden I'm like, we're not doing anything. And then I just have to look back and I'm like, hold on, we did all this. We're totally doing things. We're just busy.
It's
we're just dealing with
slow
our
right
own lives.
now.
And then I don't know, I'm just so happy. And this show literally brought so much light into my life. I was really going through it. And I don't know, this show, like, something about this show is so healing. Like, it just pulled me right out of that. And
Absolutely.
I'm so grateful that it did, and I'm so grateful that it continues to do that to this day. Like, this is my favorite thing that I have to work on when I'm able to, and I don't know, it makes me so happy all the time. I will never ever lose my love for Raggedy Ann. So
Absolutely. It is such a big part of our lives. It's lasted so long. Longer than any of us thought it would, honestly. We're approaching our 3-year anniversary. So
we should do something big for that. We'll figure it out.
This is the big thing.
This is the big thing. By the way, for anyone who doesn't know, our 3-year anniversary is going to be February 11th. So
awesome. Alex, I am highlighting questions.
Okay. Right on.
Guys, we're organized.
Yeah, no, you've been jumping around and I'm like, what am I doing?
Sorry.
No, you're fine. You're fine. Yeah, you're completely good.
I'll let you know.
Highlighting, you say. Let me try to find that. Not seeing any highlights.
It's pretty far down.
Pretty far down.
I'm gonna finish up a thought that I forgot to finish up earlier. As I said, ADHD driven girly. One of the things that comes from when we have these like challenges, things that happen regarding the show that are hurdles. Some of those things still impact us to this day. And especially in terms of like archiving and public access and all that kind of thing. And it's a challenge and it's discouraging sometimes when we have a hurdle like that. But every time we've figured out a way to manage that, we have become so much like more organized and professional and mature about things. And I don't know. And also just this group, I don't know. I'm so grateful for y'all. Y'all keep me in check. And you guys are the reason, like, and the community is
Ronnie, look at chat.
What?
Vinny's in chat.
Hi, Vinny. We're so happy you're here. I'm so hyped you're here.
Thank you so much for joining, and I hope that you can be here for a little bit.
But like people like you guys and Vinny are the reason the show is still, and Garrett and all these people are the reason the show is able to live on, and it makes me so happy. And you guys are a great group of people, and you're so amazing whenever we have weird challenges, such as getting this live stream working. We figured it out and it's happening and it's great so far. I don't know. I'm always very proud of what we do, even when it's a little messy sometimes.
I'm gonna cry.
All right.
Yeah, I'm losing it. Wait.
Yeah. So.
Hi, Vinny.
Hi, Vinny.
Thank you for joining us.
I'm so glad you're alive. I mean,
So
I knew
question
you were.
for y'all.
All right, go ahead.
When Ragdolly gets officially revived, would you guys want to make an appearance on stage? If so, would it be major roles or something like the Ragettes?
So that is a really, really great question.
That's
it's
the
gonna
same
be different
answer
for
I was
all
gonna
of
say.
us.
I would love it, but I feel like I can't at this point. I'm in so deep. I want to be on the production side. However, I'll like understudy baby or something. I don't need to be there, but if there's a chance, I'll go on. But not in the main cast. God no. I want to watch it every single night. I'm just so proud. I just want to sit there and watch it. And oh my God, I did that. We did that. I'm so excited. I don't know. I'm just so I want to watch it. I want to watch it every single night.
I don't think I'd be allowed to, but so I'm a performer first and foremost, more than anything else. And I would love to audition, but I don't think I'd be allowed to.
Everyone's allowed to audition.
But like, I don't think I'd be allowed to like be a main cast member.
Yeah. It's like I support you want it. Like I wish you could be, but also from like a just as a standpoint of a playwright, a director, and a dramaturg, I I think the show would be better with new people who
Exactly.
can bring their own things to the show versus someone who's been so steeped in every part of the
Right.
show for years, which is not.
Hey, but we got workshops and we got previews and we got and we have unbiased casting directors who will work with us and all sorts of stuff. So don't give up on your dreams.
Maybe I won't be in our production, but I could be in a production, right?
That's what I'm saying. Understudy
God.
baby, because then I won't be in it probably. But if I am, I'll take the opportunity.
It's just like it's nothing on the performing ability of anyone here.
Yes.
Right.
Like,
It's just,
especially
we're so
you know
steeped in the show. It's like
it affects the way that you perform. It affects the way that you come into the show, and you know, having an idea of previous productions as well will always affect how you come into a show.
Yeah.
But like workshops, yeah. Sing in workshops, act in the workshops. I won't be on stage.
We're doing our performance
ever.
hopefully in Arcola, so that'll be fun.
Yeah, that's my one chance to play Anne. Is our little showcase in Arcola.
We will have our chances to shine if we wish, and you know, we can, once we're into the workshop state, we can do whatever we want pretty much with the show. Not whatever we want, but we can do a lot with this show. So if we wanna, we will. But at least for like a big production, we want to have new faces. We want to see what they'll do with the roles.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and I won't be on stage. Mac won't be on stage. We will be making the costumes. We will be helping with like directing. We will be doing all of that kind of thing. Regardless, if we can, as many of the organizers will be a part of the show in some way as possible.
Oh, yeah.
Absolutely. I'd love to do something on the producing side. It would be a dream.
I want to dramaturg because I'm currently reading my way through William Gibson's work.
Yes.
And I'm hoping to read as many of his books and shows that I can. So my plan is to dramaturg in that sense and be the William Gibson expert.
Yay.
I have no desire to get on the stage at all, but the dolls and the doll costumes, because that's what I do.
Someone said, can I appoint myself as Gwen's #1 fan? No, my #1 fan is myself, but you can be #2. Thank you. Just kidding. My #1 fan is probably my mom, so you can still be #2.
I need to figure out how to turn notifications off.
I have another question from my notes here,
right.
which I'm excited about.
Are there any visual inspirations that aren't from the previous source material?
Yes.
Yes.
Russian productions.
The Russian
Yeah.
productions.
That's the big one. Gray, if you're saying things, we can't hear you.
Oh, you can't hear me? Oh,
I can
we
now.
can.
You can now? Okay.
Yeah.
I was just saying the Russian productions. Oh my gosh. How extensive that is. Go off, please.
So, as we mentioned earlier in the stream, the show, after it went to Russia, a script was left there, and they continue to perform it, not only in Russia, also in Ukraine and a couple other countries in that area.
There was one in Belarus that we found, just in the
Poland.
general area. There's one in really?
I think the one we thought was Ukrainian was actually Polish.
Really?
Or maybe I'm thinking of. Somebody
Doesn't
said
sound
that.
right.
Yeah, somebody said that. Whatever. Chris.
The Chris one, I'm pretty sure, is Ukrainian.
Yeah.
The Chris one is Ukraine, but it's this
I'm thinking of something else.
wealth of 30 plus years of shows that aren't based off of the original show because they don't have a cultural knowledge of Raggedy Ann. And so these productions are all over the place as far as set design and costume design, and even as far as directing and acting choices that have major changes to the characters just in the directing choices. And there are a few productions that just have amazing sets and amazing costumes, like as good, if not better than, at least more creative than, and more visually appealing, maybe, than the Asipa, some of the stuff there. And that's just it's a whole world of inspiration to draw from, are all of these different versions of the show that we can watch and that we can find pictures of, because almost every time we find a new Russian production and we watch it through, we go, oh, I never thought of that.
Yeah.
We'll consider that.
Yes. I'm going to say, because we got a comment that said, someone said, I would like to direct a production in Canada in the future. So I'm going to put some things out there about potential workshopping while we're at it. For the time being, the show can only be done in the United States because the United States copyright law is tough. And if you are seriously interested in putting on a workshop, contact all of us, not separately, for God's sakes, and not yet.
Yeah.
Only when we put something out that says you are able to. This is the future. This is in the future. Not yet.
But just, we do have an email address. So
yes, we have an email address, and you should be in good standing with a university theater program or another theater company, and you should be 18 years older, and we'll get that all figured out, and we'll send out a big thing about it. This is very tentative, okay?
Yeah.
And we will put, do not contact us yet. We will put a thing out about it.
You can contact us about other things, but not that.
Yes, and you can ask questions about it, and we'll try to answer them as best we can, but nothing is concrete yet. And when we get that sorted out, we will put something out about it. But for the time being, no workshops. We will let you know. We promise.
And at the same time, people asking about like, oh, when you do a production, where will it be, and how will casting be announced? That's all years in the future, and you will know.
Yes.
Like if you're connected to our social media, especially if you subscribe to our emails, you will know. We're not going to not tell people. And all of that is very up in the air still, as far as having a theater, having a production company that we're partnering with. All of that kind of thing is still years in the future that we have to figure out. And we don't even know.
Yeah.
And if you would like to help us think logistically, someone said, how can we in the community help with the production from afar? Best way is to either be a part of our Discord server or be in direct communication with us via email. We have channels in the Discord server that are by request only, but are mostly for thinking logistically for the future and of the revival. And this is doing the real work, like music cleanup and script revisions, and thinking about where we could potentially host or potentially market, what we could do in terms of advertising and publicity. And so these are like really planning or potential planning channels. And if you want to help out in terms of, getting us connections to people or things like that, that is a great way to do so. I had another thing to say, I forgot.
And people ask a lot. I mean, that is the main thing. If there is a big call for people to do something, it will be through our server and through the email. But the main thing, we say this every time, and it's because it's true, is just talking to people about it.
Yes.
Because you talk to people, especially if you are doing theater, and you talk to people who are theater professionals, even if you're in school and you talk to your theater teacher about it, you talk to the people who would have the ability to choose the show, and you just learn things. You learn things about what it means to be in theater. You learn things about what it would mean to do the show. And you come back and you tell us about it, and you just get more people to learn about the show. Because in honesty, most people who follow us and who follow the project don't have any real, like a ton of experience or like a ton of ability to do the professional side of things. But that's why you just get more people involved. Because the more people who are involved, the more people who hear about it, the more opportunity to find those people who can really like help with the professional side of things as well. And also just donations when we need them.
Yes. A little introduction. Someone asked how to join the Discord server. There is a link in our bio or our about page on YouTube. Click on it. Join the server.
Yes, and also on every single social media, we have a link somewhere to our Discord server.
Yes. But if you're on YouTube, and you should be if you're watching this, go to our profile.
Somebody asked me how I started Rare, and I get this question a lot, so I'll give you the very brief version.
Right.
I was slacking off in a study hall. Slacking off during school. It was Zoom school. I saw a video that mentioned the movie, that also mentioned the musical briefly. We barely knew the plot at this point, and I was like, I'm curious. So I started the Discord server and was like, let's find this thing. No expectations. I don't know why I started it. Like, I didn't even really care that much, TBH. And then I started the Tumblr. And then by the end of the day, I had like 30 people. Shout out Ronnie. Ronnie was number one.
I was number one.
And
yes. So you commented on my YouTube video, and you also you sent me an ask on Tumblr asking me if I wanted to join your Discord server. And I was like, sure.
And then by the end of the day, yes. And then by the end of the day, we had like 30 people. And by the end of the week, it was like almost 100. And that's the very short version. There's a lot more to it, but that is basically how it started. Me being ADHD driven and slacking off in class. And then someone else said, got a rough estimate for how long your process or everything will take? No. I say no. When we started this project, I said 4 years. Very short estimation.
It's been 3.
I'd say, yeah, it's been 3. I'd say from the point of completion of the workshops, which we don't know when that will be at all, 2 to 3 years, maybe. But I mean, we'll all be alive. It'll be a fun time. It's gonna happen. I'm optimistic that it will happen. Yeah, that'll be cool. I hang on tight. Yes. And if you like grow out of the fandom, that's okay too, because I know a lot of people who still love the show. We have a newsletter for a reason, and we don't send that many emails out. So if you feel like bad because you're not interested really in being active anymore, but you still want to know what we're up to, that's a great way. And you always, I mean, everyone's always welcome back if they leave, and such and such and such, and it's a great, I mean, you all are great, so you know. That's what I'll say about that.
Okay. Yeah. How do you guys manage to not freak out when talking to the actors?
We do freak out.
You do. Yeah. You can kind of see it a little bit, you know.
You can tell we're freaking out a little bit on the inside.
Yeah, of course.
I think the main thing is just knowing that as much as we love them, they are not major celebrities.
And they're people.
They're ordinary with jobs and lives.
Yeah. And they're taking time out of their day to talk to us. And we just have to be respectful. And we are respectful because we respect them.
Yes.
But yeah, they're not, you know, we do freak out. We freak out before these things, and we freak out after these things. But once we're in it and once we're talking to them, we realize we're just talking to people, and, you know, they're people we respect, and they're people who we're a little anxious around because we want them to like us. We want them to have a good experience talking to us. And they're people we look up to. But once we start talking to them, it's very much just, oh, this is a person who I'm talking to. And also we've done it a lot, which helps.
Yeah.
Also, speaking of, we are getting very close to Michelan's time. So.
Yes, we are.
Okay. I'm going to put some things out there before we continue. Someone asked about donation.
We have a Ko-fi.
Have a Ko-fi.
It's not linked anywhere, but we have
one. It's not linked anywhere, but we have one. It will be.
Eventually.
And I do want to say regarding workshopping rights and such, which aren't anything official yet, everything is tentative. Please do not reach out to the Raposos or Gibsons on our behalf. If you do, I will cry. That'll make things more complicated. And if you have, which I doubt any of you have because you're smart, tell me. I won't be mad. You can talk to them to ask questions. But we need to do this, at least the legal side of things, internally.
Yes.
Just to make things actually work in our favor. And do not go on planning a workshop. Don't even plan for it yet, because we have guidelines that they will tell us, and and don't don't do anything illegally, please.
Yeah, that would be really mean if you did that.
It would, and it would be really sad too. So I just had to put that out there because I've been talking a lot about our legal standing right now, and once again, everything is tentative and everything is currently being worked out. Nothing is concrete yet. So just if something happens, we promise we will let you know. So just getting that out there.
Michelan is here.
We can let him in.
All right.
All right,
He's
let him
on
in.
time.
He's on time.
Hello.
Hello.
Hi.
Hi. Let me turn that off. I was listening to you on a little Bluetooth speaker. Hi, everybody. Oh,
Hi
you
there.
rare.
Hello.
We're so happy to
Hello.
have you.
Yes, thank you
I'm
so much
so
for
excited.
taking time out of your day.
Oh, no, this is my pleasure. Oh, here. That's better. How's that? You
Cool.
can hear me now. Yeah.
Yes.
Perfect.
It helps if you turn the microphone on, actually. Yeah, I've been listening to your show. It's been a lot of fun. You guys, I am so grateful for you guys.
Aw.
Thanks. We're doing our best.
Yeah.
So how are you, first of all?
We're good. We're doing good.
Yeah, we're doing good. It's been a fun stream so far.
Yeah, I really enjoyed seeing Scott again. That was a treat. And I'm
Aw.
sorry that you haven't gotten the thing with Pamela worked out yet.
That's
Yeah,
alright.
yeah, we'll figure it out. Probably reschedule. It'll happen.
Well, if she pops up, just add her to this time. That'd be fine with me.
Sure.
Sounds
Okay.
Sure. We're so
So
happy
what
to have
can
you.
I do for you?
For everyone, I mean, introduction, Michelan, who played Panda during the Broadway run.
Woohoo!
And let's see, we got some questions going. Let me find them.
Yes.
I'm very excited to be able to talk to you. I've been looking forward to this. So
Yes, we didn't meet the first time. You weren't there. You weren't able to be there the first time. So it's lovely to meet you too.
it's nice to meet you.
Ronnie had a question.
Oh, it's
yes.
not related to Raggedy Ann. I just wanted to ask how the Electric Mayhem is doing.
We won an Emmy. I am so proud. Yes, yeah, I'm so proud of that. All of the work that Billy and his colleagues that wrote everything that we did put together. It was just, and that everybody's work. It was just so much fun. Of course, they didn't pick us up, but we did
That's
win an
alright.
Emmy.
You won an Emmy and you produced a great season of television.
Thank you, thank you. I liked a whole bunch of it myself.
Yeah.
And the other half
So
of the
to answer your question, how they're doing, there are hopes and plans. Bill Beretta is the Billy I'm referring to, and he's one of the writers and producers of the whole thing. He is hoping that there might be a continued life, although it's a slim chance at this point. But
That is
we certainly were glad to have our moment in the sun with the Electric Mayhem. I love the Electric Mayhem,
I do too.
as you can probably tell by what I got over
Yeah,
here.
he's sitting back there. All right.
Yeah,
now
he sits on the drums when I'm not playing, and then when I want to play, he has to move. But then Teddy, as he's over here, Teddy gets into the act, and it's an argument.
Perfect. All
the
right,
other half.
go ahead.
The other
go ahead.
half of Ronnie's question that I'm going to say, are the Electric Mayhem just as cool in real life as they are in their show?
So cool. Actually, they're very hot and sweaty, but they are so cool.
I'm so glad.
I'm telling you, we've been able to do things as Electric Mayhem. I'm speaking primarily about the live performances that we've done that we would never be able to do with Muppets otherwise. And it's been such an honor and a treat. I mean, we did the O2, we did the Hollywood Bowl a couple of times. I mean, exciting stuff.
That is so exciting. Well, thank you for humoring me.
Thank you for humoring us. That is the one Muppet question, and then we're moving on.
Yeah.
Okay, well, there you go.
Okay, we're gonna start with one we're asking each of the actors, which was, did you know anything about the Raggedy Ann franchise before you were in the show? Did you read them as a kid? Did you know about it?
I knew about them as a kid, of course. I was of an era where Raggedy Ann and Andy were very, very popular for young kids. I'm glad to see that they still are. But yeah, I knew them from my early childhood and then had no connection or reference with them in the interim. So that when I was up at ASIPA doing Mattress, which is what led to me doing Panda, and they asked me to participate, I had to then go and reread some things and look up some things. But yeah, no, there was an early reference and familiarity, and then when I did the show.
All right. What is your favorite moment or song from the show?
Rag Dolly. I mean, come on. That every night I would stand in the wings and have a tear rolling down my cheek. It just got me every time.
Absolutely. Well, Ivy's
Had
a
nothing to do with
wonderful
Ivy.
performer. Oh yeah, nothing to do with her.
It was strictly the lyrics and the musical notes. It had nothing to do with her performance at
all. What's your favorite character from the show? And you're not allowed to say your own character.
I wouldn't say Panda anyway, but I guess my favorite character in the final analysis, because I love Ivy's Raggedy Ann, but I love Blue Camel and what Joe did with it. I just, every day we would just joke and have fun, and he would get out there and give 110% of his energies and attention. He was just marvelous. I love that character, and especially the wrinkly knees.
Absolutely. That's a great choice.
Yes.
What was your favorite scene or song to perform?
Well, the one that I got the biggest kick out of was the end of Act 2 when the boat was created and then lifted up off the stage. And the reaction that we got from the audience then was just priceless. It was the kind of thing that makes you go, "Woohoo, this is why I'm here. Hello."
That's so wonderful.
They would ooh and ah, and the little kids would go, "Oh, mommy!" And then you know you had done your job right. And then we turned it around in the second act.
Yeah.
What was your reaction when you first got cast?
Well, it was interesting because they had approached me while I was still doing Mattress. So I kind of had an advanced idea that I could, if I wished to, participate. So it was just all part and parcel of the wonderful experience I had up there while doing Once Upon a Mattress. I love the people. I love the place. The Egg is a wonderful place to perform, as you know. I hope you all know that. So it was just like, it was the icing on top of the cake. Because I knew I had another job too. It's always good to have another job.
Right.
That's always good news.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes. Job security.
You hope for those emails and messages and, hey, by the way, if you're not busy for the next 6 months, would you like to be a panda? Sure. Like, sure.
Yeah.
What is the best interaction or favorite memory specifically with the cast or with the crew in the show?
Oh, well, I loved the cast and the crew. The whole company really was just a treat to be with. Oh, what's that? Oh, other things popping up. The thing, well, for me, a personal special treat was the fact that we were at the Kennedy Center before we came back into New York. And I have been privileged to perform there 4 times in my career and have loved every single time there. DC, I can take or leave at times, but the Kennedy Center itself was always, you felt your heart get lighter when you walked in the door, even the stage door. And when you stepped out onto the stage and you realized everything that had been on that stage and who has been out there watching what's on that stage, it gives you a real special thrill. Every theater like that, it has an experience like that, but particularly for me, the Kennedy Center.
Amazing.
All right, looking through let's see if we have any questions from here. Was the costume of Panda soft and warm?
We talked about this. Yeah, the costume that I had prior to going into Broadway was I guess the original construction that they had done in the first production. That might be right. And basically what it was shag carpeting with the rubber backing still on that had been beautifully configured into this panda costume. It was hotter than hell. It was just, it got hot. I've been a turtle, I've been a dinosaur, and this thing was just as hot as any of those. And we did those in the summer in North Carolina. It was not a pleasant place to be. I was a very squishy person because I was soaked most of the time. And then they performed a miracle, as I've explained in a previous interview that we did, and they created a ventilated version of the costume, which is like a wig that is ventilated within each individual hair. Well, they did that, which meant that there was a very loose and free and allowing the heat to escape matrix that the hair was put on. It still looked the same from the outside, but it saved my life.
Absolutely. No, I'm glad that they were able to do
and
that.
they've tried to kill me many times.
Yeah. Oh, I
Yeah. I'm very glad they had the time.
Yeah.
It couldn't be because every time that I went out there in the shag carpeting, I would go, please, give me something. But no, it wasn't to do with that at all. No.
Besides the heat, were there any other costume malfunctions that you had throughout the show?
Yeah, I had a couple of times when the costume was still in the process of being created, that a couple of stitches let go here and there. At one point, I remember that one of my arms was coming off a little bit in the middle of the show, so we had to do an instant repair about a repair of that. But no, nothing other than that, other than the suffering that I was experiencing, which was quite enough for me at the time.
Righty, just going through these. Absolutely. Okay, we have a question from the audience. Do you think that your character should have gotten a song?
Yes. You're going to ask an actor that question? Yes, I think that character should have had 2 songs, really, but that's another story. First of all, I want to get this in before I lose my time. I really love what you guys are doing with the script and what you've done with Teddy in particular. So much better than what I had to deal with Panda. And I would love to perform that character now. Of course, I'm a little over the hill for that. But what you have allowed that character to be now opens up immense possibilities, because I was very limited in what I was asked to do as Panda. And even though I didn't necessarily always agree with it, I did my job. So yeah, I think that what you're doing opens up all of the characters again, and the possibilities for the story and the characters as well. And I just want to support you in any way I can.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
That
We
means
would
a
love
lot.
for you to perform the character.
I could do it from a chair. That would be fun.
Yeah.
He sits right there. He sits really good. By the way, thank you for that. I love this. I really love this. That was a special treat that you sent me. I appreciate that.
I mean, maybe we're hoping, someday it's a thought, it's an idea up there, that if we ever do get a production together, we'd be able to bring back some of the actors, at least to do a little showcase, like have you sing The Light or something, and just
perform one scene,
perform one song, and be like, here they are.
That's a great idea. That would be perfect too. That selection would be perfect.
and just bring back as many people as we could to just do a little celebration of the show, essentially, with some of the original actors.
That would be marvelous. And the treat too would be to see the new people doing it.
Yes.
I'm all about that now. As I get into that category of old guy, I'm all about the young people coming in and taking over.
Yes. But like same as we said with Scott, you get a free ticket, of course.
Thank you.
Make it out.
you do have to get there, but your ticket's covered.
Oh, I will get there. I will definitely get there.
All right, let's see if we have anything from the chat. Oh, here's a good one. Did you ever think about the show or a revival of the show before we contacted you?
I thought about while we were doing it. I thought it wouldn't be nice to change a few things. Not really. I appreciated the experience that I had with the show, and particularly loving the people. But I didn't think about the possibility of a revival just because of what we went through with the one we put on the boards. As soon as you guys contacted me, and when McKenna contacted me, I thought, oh my God, this is fantastic. I'm so glad that somebody is finally doing this. Now, the more I learn about the progress you've made, I'm really impressed.
Well, thank you.
I just want to say really quickly that Pamela is in the waiting room.
Oh,
You can bring her in.
I'll let her
do you
in.
mind?
Yes,
do you mind
she's
sharing
here.
your time?
Bring her in.
All right, I'll have to unpin. So we'll be in the.
All right.
Hello.
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 Aw.
So you're gonna be sharing the spotlight with Michelan, but that is totally okay.
What's going on?
So we're now in Michelan's time slot, but that's okay. And when he came in and he learned that we had issues with you joining, he said it was fine, that if you joined, that it would be okay for you to share his slot.
Okay.
So and we've asked him most of the questions we had prepared for him. So now he just gets to hang out.
I'll just kick back. You're on.
So this is Michelan. He played Panda on Broadway.
Hello. Nice to meet you. Yes.
Nice to meet you too.
And Pamela, who played Bat in Asipa. So you two were never in the show at the same time.
No, we didn't cross paths, right?
All right.
But welcome, Pamela. I'm glad you could make it.
Yeah.
It's
Thank
lovely.
you.
I'm glad we got something figured out.
Yeah.
How's everyone doing? How's the thing progressing? What's going on with you guys?
Oh, things are going fantastic. We've made a lot of progress, at least legally, so things are definitely moving along. I'm very
Good.
optimistic about what we've accomplished.
Yeah. I was actually just about to suggest our next thing would be to update Michelan on things. So now we can properly update both of you on the current situation. We are making progress. We are in discussions with both the Gibson estate and the Raposo estate over workshop rights to be able to start working on the show in a small scale, not-for-profit sort of thing. So that's where we are at the moment.
Yes.
And
All
they're
right.
Yes. And they're very enthusiastic about our progress and what we've done, and sort of the changes that we are planning to make, and the things we're planning to keep the same. They're just enthusiastic about the effort, which makes me very happy.
Good.
That's exciting.
All right. So questions. Questions for you.
Pamela.
Well, Pamela. Questions for Pamela, because we got through
All
most of
right.
these with Michelan already.
I have to think back, so many years, but go ahead.
Yeah.
Here we go. What was your favorite scene or song in the show to perform?
Oh my God, I have to remember what I did.
That's all right.
It is all right.
I always felt that when we did it up in Albany, and then when we went to Moscow, I always felt we were still trying to find the peace. I felt that things were still kind of iffy, not really totally connected to what they wanted to say, what Bill and Joe wanted to say, but yet they couldn't work on them once we got up in production. It's always harder. So, I mean, I only had my one number. I don't think I had anything else, which was okay. I don't really know if it was enough at the time to absolutely help the audience understand the length of the heights that the bat could achieve. You're asking me, I never really felt like the other shows I've done that it was so here. We were down here. We hadn't gotten there yet. So, but it was a work in progress. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. That's totally fair.
Oh, yeah.
You guys can probably hear my fan if I have it towards me. What was your favorite character in the show besides the one that you played?
My favorite character in the show. I had a little bit of a sympathy or a heart for the camel. He kind of, won me over. But I kept trying to, we tried very hard to work on our relationship, the general and Wolf and I, and not really knowing, helping how far to go with it, other things to play, how much backstory we could have. It was a whole thing that they were not that interested because they had the creators had other things to work on. So we tried to find things on our own without getting in the way. Mm-hmm. I don't know how it evolved once it got to Broadway because I didn't see it. But at that, when I was in it, we were still trying to understand who is into who might have had this history, who might have wants this in the future, who's competing with who, general's attention, I want Wolf, it's all those things, and never knowing what the best result was. We just kept playing around with it. Mm-hmm. So Camel, though, to get back to your initial, Camel was one that I thought was very sweet.
That's a great choice.
Sorry, Panda.
That's okay.
Oh no, I chose Camel too.
Oh, good. Oh, hey.
By the way, let me interject real quick. Have you guys been successful in contacting Gordon?
Yes.
Yeah.
Will one of you send a link that I can get in touch with him to me in an email? Yes. That would be lovely.
Absolutely.
He talked about you. He mentioned enjoying working with you.
We had such a good time, and I had worked with Gordon a couple of times.
Who's Gordon?
Gordon Weiss. He was the wolf on Broadway. Oh, sorry.
No, you're allowed to speak. You're our guest.
It's not my show.
Yeah, Gordon mentioned specifically you guys working on the choreography for the wolf fight, for the chase scene in the woods, and mentioned enjoying working with you. So
yeah, that was lovely. Lots of bruises, but lots of fun.
Yeah, but we'll definitely we'll definitely send you some contact for that, and I'm sure he'd be happy to connect again as well, because he had fond memories. All right, another question for Pamela. What's your favorite interaction memory that you have with the cast and with the crew?
Oh my gosh, these questions. My most favorite interaction. Oh, we had a lot in Russia because, it was very different when we went over there. The wall was still up. We were watched. It was a different time. We had our guards with us, so we kind of became a real tight family in a way, and leaned on each other. It was a lot of fun and a lot of things to share. Oh gosh, I'm trying to think. I loved having caviar with them and vodka, and I'm thinking what else did we do? Went on some fun things, but no. In regards to the show,
it doesn't have to be specifically about the show. Just like with the cast in general. It doesn't have to be in the like Scott shared a story from when they were in Moscow, and like that wasn't specifically about the show. He talked about going out for New Year's for a troika ride.
They took us on sleighs. They took us in sleighs. That he told you, right? In big, like, yeah. And they took us with, and we mingled with the orchestra, which was so fun. Always for any female in the, the company. We mingled with the orchestra, and of course, nobody spoke English, and we didn't speak Russian. But that it was fun. It was interesting. We took a lot of pictures. Back, yeah, we had pictures I took developed when we got home, and it was interesting because also doing this show, they were so appreciative, but how much they understood it. There was an interpreter on the side. I mean, whatever, but yeah, it was quite an experience, quite a for all of us.
That's
Speaking
wonderful.
of Scott, briefly, he sends his love. So
Yes.
He is a sweetheart. Yeah, thank you so much.
All right.
Oh, I remember one thing. We when we were coming back from Moscow, we were in the airport, and Bill Gibson's wife was also a writer, and I don't know if I mentioned this to you guys before, but there's something came up with us trying to get on the flight to eventually come home, and they were not going to let her get on the flight. I'll never forget that, and I don't know what she had to go through or what politically they had to do or call whoever. She did eventually, but that was a little terrifying. Because oh my God, we can't leave her here. And so they worked at all that. I don't know the particulars, but I do remember that being a little at the airport, being a little unnerving. Yeah.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Okay, questions. What was your reaction when you first got cast?
What was my reaction? I don't even remember. I don't remember if I auditioned or Pat Birch just asked me to do. I don't remember now. It's funny. I don't remember my audition. Because I've been doing some shows. I don't remember. And then I do remember when they wanted to go to Moscow, and I had just become a mother. My son was not even a year yet. So and my husband played drums up in Albany. My husband was a musician, became a musical contractor, but he was the drummer, but he wasn't going to come, so he had to stay home with my little one, and I went, and that was hard as a young mother, to separate like that. And we talked a few times over in Moscow, but that was difficult. But also, I should let you know too, they wanted some of us or all of us, I don't know, to audition when they decided to do Broadway. And I said, I'm not auditioning. I had also had another play that I was being considered for, but I said, they know my work. They want me, they can hire me. Otherwise, I'm stepping out. So I went ahead and did. And I don't know why. I don't know what was in Joe's mind, Raposo. I don't know. I don't harbor it against them. They have to do what they have to do, sometimes. But I was a little dug in my, like, how that goes. I mean, I'm not going to audition again. You see me do the play. If I'm not right, don't hire me. But if I am, then hire me. But I don't know what that was all about. And I never asked Patty Birch about it. We remained friends and love her very much. And I did a lot of other things for her afterwards. So it was what it was.
Mm-hmm. Since Michelan's going to be heading out in a bit, his time's almost up. I wanted a question for him before he leaves, which I suppose we kind of already know the answer to a little bit, which is, what would you change about the show for a revival?
Yeah. May I state the obvious, Panda, into Teddy. Thank you very much. The rest of it, I read your new version of the script, and I think it's very solid. There's tweaking you can do that'll make it even tighter and better. But no, I think you're on the right path, definitely.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And with that, I will defer to Pamela. Go and enjoy the rest of this time. I will take my new microphone and go find something else to do with my time.
Nice meeting
Thank
you.
you. Thank you so
Thank
much.
you
for
so
joining
much.
us.
Talking with you guys.
Cowabunga.
Keep me posted on how you're progressing too.
We will.
We will.
Bye bye.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye. Take care.
All right. So I think what we're gonna do is we're gonna, if we can, Pam, is keep you for the next 15 minutes and then switch over when Ivy's slot starts. And we might not have much of a break in between and just go into our break time. But that's why we scheduled spaces in between. So
Did you work on, I'm trying to think back our last talk. Did you really focus on what exactly you wanted this play, this moment to really be about, what your driving force was? Remember we spoke about how we weren't sure exactly what you wanted the message to be and all that. Have you come to that decision or anything? Did that help you find then the characters that need to be stronger and whatever? I mean,
yeah,
yes,
definitely. And I think especially for Bad and Wolf are a large focus for us as characters who need to be strengthened. Because
why? But you have to say why.
Well, okay. Yeah. Because essentially a large part of the show is about grief
and
it's about family. It's about Marcella's grief over her family and her guilt, and Bad and Wolf being her pets and being part of her family. They come together to the same theme that Marcella meeting her mother and meeting her father in her dream come to. They can all work towards the same place. And those later scenes with her mother might feel less out of place when they've been more established with that reoccurring theme of Marcella finding and having to face this grief that has come up throughout her life. And Bad and Wolf, her pets dying, is kind of the like leading into it. Like it's kind of the
introduction.
The introduction, because a lot of kids, their first direct interaction with death will be a pet dying. And so throughout the show, her having to deal with her pet's death sort of preps her and preps the audience for having to deal with her mother's disappearance and possible death. So kind of building them into that theme that builds on top of itself with each new character that is introduced from her family who she has to deal with her grief over.
So are you connecting more so, or remind me, because I'm trying to, that Bat was representative of her of her bird, right?
Yeah.
And Wolf was representative. See, that to me, as performing Bat, I never felt that at all strength or relationship that I would have then maybe added or played with. I felt it was totally not connected. I mean, it wasn't written and I didn't really understand it. I mean, or didn't ask the right questions. And I believe that would help tremendously also.
Yeah. And I think
bring them closer in and make them, for her to be able to react off of and have all that.
Yes,
exactly.
Because, we know from from Gibson's writings on it that the directing process did not go how he would have liked it to go. And that a lot of those sorts of that character depth and that character interaction was something that he would have liked to see more of and would have liked to be able to give to the actors. But it became Birch's show. And sorry. And she did a wonderful job and we love her.
Because in a simple word, you guys understand, Patty Birch did musical comedy. Bill Gibson would have loved to use a musical drama. That's just in putting it in simple words like that. Bill was a writer of depth and wanted to get that. And I think Patty felt that would weaken, or the audiences wanted to enjoy. So that's where they were, I think, farthest apart, So then you make a strong choice, and probably, I know Bill Gibson, I don't know who owns his rights. I mean, he was elderly when I worked with him and his wife, so I don't know who oversees his work, but I'm happy to hear that they're allowing you to go forward.
Yeah, it's his sons who his sons who oversee his work, and they're excited about moving forward with us. Good. And so far have reacted positively to when we've talked to them about changes that we would like to make, and thoughts that we have about the show that we think we would do differently, largely because a good amount of our effort is towards making the show more like what William Gibson wanted from it. Mm-hmm. Welcome back, Mac. You should let Gwen in.
Oh.
It's okay. You were gone.
Yeah.
Sorry.
It's fine. You just happened to leave right when Gwen came back.
You know, you'll take that next step, as you know, when you have a table read or something, when you can step back, listen, you know, and all that. That's a big help, you know, absolutely, as opposed to keep reading on the page. You guys probably know that. Yeah. So I'm happy that you're hopefully getting there, and they're going to allow you to do that. Yeah.
Yeah. And we have plans. Gwen has some connections and set up to possibly do a workshop. I have some connections and set up. And so definitely, you know, doing readings, doing staged readings, doing a simple sing through of the songs, stuff like that is something we're very much looking forward to doing. Right. And we work on our script a lot, but actually getting to do the workshop part of it and hear it with actors in the room is going to make all the difference.
Take your time layering, because if you skip too many and bring in exteriors too soon, you lose the core a little bit. You have to keep making sure the core is strong before you add. The core is strong before you add that, because it's hard to go back sometimes and strip those away. So I'm just encouraging you to, yes, move ahead, but you know, take those steps along the way, and you'll gain more. You really will.
Absolutely. We want to try our best to remain as faithful to the original intent as possible. And a lot of the work we've done, at least in the past year or so, has been taking what we've written and replacing it with things either from the earlier script or things influenced from Gibson's journals or his life, or something that we know would fit in the show better than, you know, something that we have already put down. Yes, so we're really just doing our best to try and be faithful to what Gibson wanted and what the rest of the creative team wanted for the show.
Mm-hmm. It's nice you have his sons, because they know his voice. They know, you know, they know who their father was. Mm-hmm. A little bit, you'd hope.
Yeah, I bought his autobiography. It's called A Mass for the Dead, which immediately tells you a lot about the style it's written in. And it has been, reading it in the last month or so, it has been such a look into the way he thought and the way that the themes of grief in Raggedy Ann are very personal, and the themes of, and the way that especially General D, but just in general, the way that a lot of his life and writings that he did. I mean, this autobiography, I think, was published in the 60s. And a lot of it sounds exactly like the things he was writing for Raggedy Ann. So like taking in a lot of Gibson's work. I wish I
spoke to him more. You know, he was this tall, very, very intense, serious man, you know, around rehearsals. And because of the role I had, which I didn't know, he didn't say too much to, I didn't have to go to him, even though I wanted to. I know he had other problems, but very interesting, quiet writing, watching all the time, taking it all in. So I wish I had gotten to know him better. I really do.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Right.
It's like,
all right. So we have, let's see. We have some more questions, just generally about the show. Let me see.
If you make the bat wear wings, I'll come and shoot you all. No. It's very difficult to be physical in a way one would like to with now maybe a designer could come up with something which would be fabulous, you know, but that was always I don't know if Gail told you that too. That was always a a thing in the way would stop character because you'd have to go, I put these, you know, you would stop your through line. So yeah.
That was one of the questions that somebody asked us, and I was going to ask it eventually because we've talked to you and I knew the answer to it, because it was yes, that the wings were cumbersome, were annoying.
And I don't know if they pardon me, I don't know really what they added visually. You know, I tried to, but I don't know if they really took her to a level, maybe on the next level, to make her have more. I don't know.
Like, they could have ended at her hands
and
instead of having the poles and all of that, like that sort of thing. Maybe
put them on. My God. But a designer, you know, if a good designer, they might come up with something. Yeah,
absolutely.
Yes.
We're hoping.
Let's see. I mean, leading off of that, did you ever have a costume malfunction during the show that you remember?
No, I don't think so. I don't think I had a costume malfunction. I mean, I had sometimes difficulties when I had to get them back on, but you just do it, you know, when you're performing. You don't, it wasn't, it didn't fall apart, or I didn't have to throw it down. It just was cumbersome for a second, and then I would get pissed because it's like it gets in the way of what you're trying to portray, and becomes about getting the wing on, you know, or getting the pole there.
Question from the chat here. Do you miss playing Bat?
No.
That's fair.
I don't, because I don't really know, like I explained to you, who she really was, what she was really after. I mean, I kind of did the knew that, but I would like to have known what the stuff that you all seem to have found more by doing research into Bill and his writings, and say, I didn't think about that. I looked at the page, did stuff, but I would have. So unless you know, no, I don't miss. I miss other roles. I don't miss Bat. Sorry.
That's
other
fair.
shows.
Very fair. We hope to do her as much justice as possible.
Yes.
Yes. Because we love Bat, and we love Wolf, and
you should love them. I mean, you should love them in your show. They could be a real, when you think about the big picture, they could really help, you know, the other characters so much if you strengthen them, you know.
Absolutely.
And you seem to have been doing that, and I think that's really wonderful. I think that's great.
They're just as much, you know, you have at the beginning of the show, later down the line, when you have the tableaus, you have this sort of snapshot of the history, the backstory, and you have this one that's described as being like a nice family photo between Papa and Mommy and Marcella. And it's like, where's the bird? Where's the dog? Are they not part of this family just as much? And you know, later when you see Papa and Mommy, you have the cloud sequence where they're in heaven. It's like, where's the bird? Where's the dog? Where are these other members of her family that sort of bring all of the pieces of the show together into this one through line?
Yeah.
Which would help her, which would enrich her character, because that wasn't, that would, I think, really help people watching to then get more completely who she is, whatever. Hence one of you.
Yeah, because it's a little bit like the dolls are new to her.
No.
And so for most of the show, she is interacting with characters that she has never interacted with before. And you don't get to learn much about a character that way.
Right. Unless they tell you a little more about it. But yeah, no, you're right. They're very brand new to her. Absolutely. They've not been with her since she was at birth. Right. In her crib.
Yeah.
Have you talked to Pat Snyder at all?
No, we haven't. We hope to. We know we have our contact, but you know, she's a busy lady, so.
Yeah, I mean, Pat was so involved, you know, and it was such a supporter of the piece. I don't know what she could add or whatever, but I've always had a great relationship with her. I know Ivy has. We all have. So I don't know if she could help or not. That's just putting it out there. Yeah.
Yeah, we know she knows of us. And we hope to talk to her at some point in the future. So
good.
Yes, definitely.
Good.
That's just was the dance sequence fun?
You ask me these things that I really have a hard time.
It's okay.
If it doesn't go any, it's just with us. No, it wasn't, because it wasn't really. I don't know. What do I say? It wasn't a good dance number, because you can play one moment once, but over and over and over and over and over again, it loses. So I knew the intent of what I had to accomplish, but I did it within the first 8 bars, and then you have to go on and on. You keep repeating that thing over and over again. It was hard. How much more can you do? So you do a little. It just, yeah, it didn't. I mean, I don't know how it came out when Gail did it. I don't know how much they changed it. Because I didn't see it, so she'd have to answer.
We have no footage of that either, so that's a really interesting take. I'm not a dancer. I know nothing about dance, so I will definitely keep that in mind.
Dance has to have a through line. That's the thing about doing the Cassie dance in a chorus line. The big dance that Cassie has. It's not just about a dance. You have to have a whole beginning of discovery, of teasing, of loving to dance, of realizing, oh, fuck, I'm back at this audition. I don't want to be here. And you have to have a whole through line within the dance number to make it work. Otherwise, it's just steps. And that's why I only found the first part of bad, and then it was the same intention. Get Andy and get Andy, but it didn't work after. Well, it might have worked, but that was my feeling back then. And like I said, there were other issues I felt that they needed to work on more than my dance. So I would just kick my leg and dance and all that. But I would have liked to have rethought that with Pat.
Yeah.
I hate to interrupt, but I'd be sitting in the waiting room.
That's what I was going to ask.
Maybe.
Yes.
Let me get the screen.
So is just before, yes, because we're kind of on a weird schedule now.
Oh, why did you let her in, Mac?
We have to say goodbye to Pam.
Can I say hi to Ivy?
Of course you can. Hello. It's great to have you.
Wait, I have to make everything bigger. Hold on. Because right now I don't know.
Put your glasses on.
Yeah, I'll do that for sure. Wait a second. Hold on. I'm just stretching all my windows up. Hey, everybody.
Hello.
Hi.
It's so good to have you.
Oh, it's so nice to be here. So nice to see everybody. Pam. Hi.
You sweetie. It's your turn, honey. I'll let you have the gang.
Maybe we could do our own little Zoom.
Yeah, we should do something, huh?
Wouldn't that be sweet?
Maybe sweet. Well, much look. I'll get off. Let you have Ivy. Unless you had anything else you had to ask. Unless you wanted to ask me anything else.
I think that's all we have. But thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you
Lots
for
of
being
love
here.
anytime. Don't hesitate. All right.
It was so lovely to have you. Thank you.
Yes.
You're very welcome. Let me get out of here now. Bye, Ivy.
Thank
Love you,
you.
honey. Bye.
Bye.
Bye, all.
Goodbye.
All right. I need to take a quick break real quick. I'll be right back. You guys can...
Okay. We'll just chat.
Let's just chat. I'll be right back.
Yeah, I gotta be right back too, actually.
Oh my goodness. Have you been all sitting here since 11 o'clock or what?
Oh yeah. But it's been fun. It's been fun.
Yeah,
you want to take 5 and do whatever you got to do? I mean,
yeah, so our Pamela ended up having to come in late. So our schedule got a little messed up and we missed our break time.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So you want to take 5 and turn off cameras for 5 and then come back?
Or some of us will, a couple people, but Mac's still here.
I'm here to stay, so
A couple people, just chat a little bit and then we'll come back with the more official questions once everyone's back.
Okay.
Great.
So hey everybody, this is so sweet.
Hello.
Thank you for inviting me.
I'm so happy to have you.
Thank you so much.
First of all,
joining.
Scott sends his love.
Yes.
Scott sends his love.
And did you talk to Michelan as well?
Yes,
I
we
saw
did.
Yes, we did.
I mean, he's the one person I haven't seen probably since.
Yeah, He was raving about you, so.
Oh, well, it's mutual admiration society. I think, the same with Pam and with Scott. I think, it's a really, really lovely and loving group.
Absolutely.
Yes, absolutely. While we're here, I will kind of give you a little bit of an update on our progress, because we've come kind of a long way, and this is the first time I can really say things out loud, which is great. So since we started contact with the Gibson and Raposo estate, we have made a lot of progress and have both estates very enthusiastic about what we're doing and the changes we're making, and very supportive, which makes me happy. And at this point in time, we are almost to a point where we can draft an agreement for workshopping rights, which which is really exciting. So we're planning to hopefully do workshops in educational and like non-for-profit settings for the next couple of years, just to figure out how everything we've done works out when it's actually being performed with new faces. And I'm so excited, and the estates are very supportive, and I'm very glad that things are moving along.
Bravo for all your work. I know that it's not been easy. Just so many bumps in the road, right?
Yeah, quite a few. But we're getting to a place where things are looking very, very good for our future. So I'm very happy.
Yes.
McKenna, how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Okay, nice to see you in front of all your amazing dolls.
I'll move my head.
I see, right? And I see is that a camel up above on the top? What's
and
a panda, maybe? I can't quite make it out.
I have Bat, Wolf, and General D made by Brooklyn up there.
You're kidding. I'd love to see them.
Whoa. This bookshelf is very unstable.
Oh no.
Hey Brooklyn, we're showing off your dolls.
Yeah, we're doing show and tell.
Wow. Oh my god. That's amazing.
Oh, it's General D time.
Oh, Brooklyn grabs you.
Oh, Brooklyn.
We're doing show and tell now?
Yeah.
General D chat now.
Unbelievable. Wow.
This one has this one has the skull painted on the face. Max doesn't.
Oh my gosh, this is incredible. Let's hope these are all worth so much money someday, right?
I hope so.
Oh my god. That is wow.
We got them all.
Those are extraordinary.
We got 2 doll makers up in here.
Yeah.
We do.
2 of us.
Oh, and wow. Okay, that's okay. A great shirt you've got on. Stand up and show it off. Oh wait, we've got amazing shirts. Gray, Brooklyn. Oh wait, everybody's got an. Oh wow, I have to hold up. Let me put it on gallery view for a second so I can see everybody full screen. So like we're gonna have to do like a one at a. Okay, so that's amazing. Oh, no, not gallery view. The other one. I put on speaker view. Okay, there you are, Gwen. Wow.
Right. And then it has the end on the back.
Wait, did you make it?
No. I found it on Etsy.
Oh, that's outrageous. Okay. All right, wait. Now let's go down the line. So Ronnie, what have you got on?
I have a shirt. It's got Raggedy Ann and Andy like at the circus.
Oh my gosh.
And it's really cool. Brooklyn made this shirt.
Brooklyn. All right, stand up. What are you wearing, Brooklyn?
This one, it's not Raggedy Ann themed. It's actually Peanuts. It's got Snoopy on it.
Okay, that's okay. Yeah, but look at all that amazing work in the back. Wow. Ray?
This is also made by Brooklyn.
This is incredible. Well, and so where do you get the material? There's just, do you have to buy the material on it, or
Yeah, they're all of, well, I mean, I assume Gwen's as well. I didn't make that one, but most Raggedy Ann fabric, at least the ones that have like the older designs on them, are from bed sheets and pillowcases and things like that.
wow, unbelievable. McKenna, are you wearing any Raggedy Ann wear today?
No, I just have a butterfly.
Okay. Okay. Just want everybody to have equal time. And of course, I did not even think to dress for the occasion. But anyway.
That's
So,
okay.
anyway, so tell me whatever you want to talk about.
So we have some questions that we've taken from the audience beforehand, and we're also we have a live chat now, so we're keeping an eye on people submitting them. But just so let's go.
Ask away.
Get into some questions. All right. Let me find them.
How many people are out there?
We have 69 people watching live right now.
Hooray. And then some people who are going to come back and watch it later. So
Yes.
That's incredible.
Yes. We'll start simple. What is your favorite song or scene in the show to perform?
Oh, to perform. Oh, well, it would have to be singing Rag Dolly at the end of Act 1. I mean, that's kind of a no-brainer, right? You would expect me to say anything else because it was number one, such a beautiful song, and also let's be real, for an actor to be standing there center stage, have that kind of moment is such a gift. But it was just such an emotional point in the show, so a very a beautiful moment. So I would say yes, this I can't really think about, well, I mean, the scene leading up to that, and probably the scene in the forest with my mom.
Absolutely.
Did you have any? What was your prior experience with Raggedy Ann, either the books or the dolls, before you were cast in the show?
I didn't really. Well, no, I didn't have a Raggedy Ann doll as a kid. Even though we know the show was a long time ago, Raggedy Ann was even before my time. Well, it's sort of out of fashion. It was one of those little old dolls that maybe somebody had in the attic, that kind of thing. I didn't really have a Raggedy Ann connection. But once I was cast, it was very easy to make that connection.
Yeah.
All right. What's your favorite memory specifically with the cast or the crew from the show?
Oh, Moscow. One of the highlights will always be being up in that Swiss Air jet heading to Moscow at the turn of the new year. So we left December 31st of 1985 and entered Soviet airspace in the new year. It was very profound. And also for me personally, and since my dad came on the trip with us, that moment of welcome to Moscow, once we arrived at the theater and the cast there sang to us, and I don't think there was a dry eye in the house.
That's lovely. That's lovely.
It is.
It really is.
It still is. I have a very, very distinct image of everybody on stage, and I looked over at my father, and the tears were running down his face, and I was teary. It was pretty amazing.
That sort of brings us into a question we just got from the chat, which is, how has the show impacted your life afterwards?
Well, that's a loaded question, guys, because well, I guess we all knew, let's just say we all hoped that it was going to be a super duper hit on Broadway. It was very impactful to be able to take something like this from a twinkle in somebody's eye, to be able to develop a character, try on everybody's music and words for size, and then change and roll with everything, and to go have that experience of all the material coming into the show, processing that, and then some of it sent out, some stuff was kept, that whole process, that was a huge growth period for me. It's certainly a way to hone your craft, to have to learn material on the spot, do new stuff, get rid of the old, out with the new, then out with the new, and in with the newer. And then obviously it was very impactful to be in a title role, to be starring in something, and to have that kind of attention that goes with it. And I don't know that, I mean, when you do something like that, you go through it with blinders on. All you just, you just keep going. And so obviously when we hit the wall on Broadway and the show closed, that was extremely impactful and very emotional. Very, very emotional. Took quite some time for me to get over that.
Understandable.
Yeah, but now, it's, the impact is really extraordinary, knowing that people like you have connected with this musical, and that you have this real interest in not only the show but making it your own, and maybe giving it some kind of future. That's incredible for me.
Yeah, thank you.
We're doing our best. Thank you.
Yes.
We're working as hard as we can to get it up and running again. So
yeah, I guess it is. I mean, it might be time then for the update.
Oh, I gave her a little bit of an update.
Okay, making sure we got the update on where we are so far.
Yes.
We've had to give to each actor. Specific question that Vinny wanted us to ask, if you remember talking to him. He was in the chat a little bit earlier. He did have to leave. But he was here. He was watching. And he wanted to know if you had any memories of the 1983 workshop, when they had a different writer before William Gibson was on it.
It was okay. It was Tim. Come on, you're the one.
Tim Mason.
Tim Mason. Yes. Okay. Sorry about that.
No, it was so long ago.
It was so long ago.
Memories of that. Well, a lot of memories. I mean, it was a different show. It was also new. Everything was brand new. It was very innocent. We were all very naive. We just, as actors, we love those moments of being cast in workshops. Oh, we're going to do another workshop, and it's, it's Patricia Birch, and it's Joe Raposo, and this is so exciting. And you just do it. That was with, now Mark Baker was was in that. So, and he was Raggedy Andy, and we had a great experience. And I'm guessing that was David Schramm. Was David Schramm our General D? Oh no,
It wasn't.
Paul.
That was before General D was in the show because it was Tim Mason's show.
Right. Okay, so clearly this is the point where you know more than I do.
No, we do.
Cool. Well, that's good. I'm very.
We know so little about that production. We don't know the plot.
I couldn't tell you.
That's okay.
That's totally okay.
You don't need to.
We wanted to take we had the opportunity to ask about it in case you did.
Yeah, but maybe Patricia Snyder has a script from that. Did you ever ask her? Anybody?
We have not, no. But
Talked to her.
we haven't talked to her. But we hope to in the future, so we can ask her then.
Okay, good.
We asked Tim Mason and he said maybe.
Yeah.
Oh, you did talk to Tim.
Yeah, we talked to him about it and he wasn't he responded to us. He wasn't very interested in talking about it, but he did say that if he dug up anything about it, that he would let us know. But that's okay, because we don't know very much about that production at all. We don't know the plot we haven't had anything like that. We only have the list of songs via Raposo's archives. So
Right, okay.
Worth asking when we have the chance, pretty much.
Yeah.
I'd like to be reminded of that as well.
Yeah.
Well, we'll let you know if we find anything else.
Okay. What else do we have here from the questions? What is your favorite character from the show, not including the one you played?
Okay, now. You should have sent me these questions ahead of time. Okay, I don't
It's okay if it's the first thing that comes into your head. They don't have to be super well
thought out.
I'll just roll with Raggedy Andy. You know, I just think Scott is the greatest. And he's such a little go-getter, enthusiastic, naive, smart, very smart, yet very naive, as most dolls are.
Yeah.
I'll go with Raggedy Andy. Andy.
Good choice, good choice.
My brother.
Yes.
Which is Scott said Raggedy Ann.
So it's perfect.
Yes, so it is perfect. That's wonderful. Was the costume uncomfortable? And did you have any costume malfunctions during the run that you remember?
I don't recall the costume being uncomfortable because Carrie Robbins is incredible, and that is so much of what she does. I mean, there's so much artistry involved in her work, and her one of her amazing talents is being able to build costumes for people so they can move in them. No movement is impeded. As you know, I tried to create a character that had no bones. And so I had to be able to move, wherever there was a seam, it had to look seamless. And everything was very, very free flowing. The leggings, those are easy. My saddle shoes, those were easy. I don't recall costume malfunctions. Maybe people with more exotic costumes like the bat had malfunctions, but it really wasn't anything I can think about.
In Carrie Robbins we trust. The rest of the people we've had today have said the same thing, pretty much, that their costumes were comfortable and never broke or nothing. So
right, exactly. Yeah.
Yeah,
well,
she's incredible.
Well, yeah.
Pamela complains a little bit about the sticks at the end of the wings that extended Bat's wings.
Okay.
but everything else.
Everything else.
For the most part. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Do you miss playing Raggedy Ann?
I did back then. I don't now. So many years have passed, and I don't like to use the, age as any kind of excuse or for not being able to do anything. Well, I don't know that I can do those big fan kicks anymore. Full transparency, but no, I mean, I've evolved into a different person, and hopefully, we can pass the torch.
Yes, absolutely.
One from chat. Did you have, okay. Did you ever think, I know this one, but did you ever think about reviving the show, and what that would look like before we contacted you?
For the years that I was working with some Broadway producers, I had an idea about doing a concert version of the show, and I had even mentioned that to Patricia Snyder. That was kind of that was an interest of mine at some point, like at Encores, City Center Encores, or at just some beautiful venue with tuxedos, evening gowns, and music stands, that kind of thing. But I never really thought much beyond that in terms of trying to revive the show. But I was just thinking more in terms of putting the music out there again.
Yes, we've been trying to organize some sort of a concert version. We had plans for 54 Below, but the person organizing that ended up getting married instead, so worth the sacrifice.
Okay, all right.
Worth the sacrifice. And so we are planning, actually, this upcoming summer to do a little concert version in Arcola, Illinois for the Raggedy Ann Festival.
Oh,
yes.
That's a great idea.
It won't be a full concert. It'll be a little showcase of some of the songs.
Okay.
With just a pianist and then some singers.
And Ronnie, will you be the bat or Raggedy
Ann? We haven't cast people yet, but I would like to at least sing Ragdolly in your honor.
Oh, and I would be honored. And you'll video that, I hope.
Yes.
Absolutely.
Yes.
Yep.
Right? Yeah. Cool.
It's still very much up in the air, but the organizer of the Raggedy Ann rally is very excited and very supportive of doing something like that and bringing some of the show to the rally and being able to perform a little bit of it. So we haven't made solid plans, but we're very hopeful about bringing it together and being able to do that little showcase as a start. We have a question here from Garrett. How did you make the character of Raggedy Ann your own or personal?
I am an optimist. I just am. I mean, sometimes I'll be talking to Patricia Snyder about things, and then, she'll smile. She'll have a huge smile on her face, and she'll say, Raggedy Ann.
Aww.
And it's nothing that I try to do, but I've always, and believe me, I have plenty of bad days like everybody else in the world. But in the scheme of things, I am very optimistic, and I'm more times than not looking for the silver lining or looking for the best possible outcome of things. So that was something I was able to do, is to really infuse my own optimism into the character, and sensitivity. I don't know if you know that, but I'm just a big wuss, I'm a highly sensitive person. Or was still a current term? I mean, maybe there's another word
I
for it.
think it makes sense.
Yeah.
No, I'm just a very, very sensitive person, and I think the character is too sensitive and perceptive.
Mhm.
Mhm. You're
How
getting
was
a lot of love in the chat. Everyone's saying they love your portrayal. So
yes.
So nice. Thank you. Thank you. I hope I'm being interesting and fascinating. I don't know.
Absolutely, you
And
are.
I hope I'm answering your questions. I know I'm doing a lot of fumbling here. You know,
You're doing great.
You're all good.
Yeah.
but happy to field more if you have more things to ask about.
Yeah, I think for most people in the chat, it's just lovely to see you and to have the experience and to know that you're still involved at least a little bit with the show. And a lot of people just really enjoy your performance and love the chance to talk about it.
Mhm.
Oh, and then I always like to, get my little hat, if you've seen this, right? But for those of you who haven't, hold on.
We have Charles Platt in the chat.
I was
Hello.
gonna say that. Hi,
Charles.
Charles, Platt, and Cheryl, if Cheryl's there too. Oh, the hat.
That's my hat. I think it was my dad's hat, and Carrie had put another ribbon on it over this green thing. So when the show was over, of course, I took my hat along with me, and I know I took the heart that says "I love you," that little snap-on heart. I just can't find it, but and I've promised it to you before that someday I will find the heart. It must be in my storage room with a huge bag of Raggedy Ann stuff. Someday I hope to show that to you, but it was a little snap-on thing that went right there.
Yes.
That's so perfect.
Everybody should have one, right?
Right.
Yeah. It was perfectly in unison.
Right. Maybe, oh my gosh, maybe at your next, when you go to Arcola, you could market those snap-on shirts that say "I love you."
We definitely could.
Pins.
We have pins.
do.
They're not heart-shaped, but they have a heart on them.
That says "I love you," and people did like them a lot. So
Yeah, there we go. So we do have these.
Oh, that's great.
So they're not quite the same, but
they're very tiny.
Did he take a bite out of it?
Well, yes, that's what it looks like in the poster.
Yeah, one of the posters.
One of the posters for the show. The candy heart has a bite taken out of it, and so we've sort of adopted that.
Oh, that's great.
It's so cute.
It's my too.
Yeah.
We sort of adopted that since the bite taken out of it is what differentiates it from Raggedy Ann in general.
Right. I love that.
Oh, right. Yeah, most of these we've already answered at some point. Dear one, where we've asking the actors in general, how you deal with stage fright.
Well, I can tell you before I get to how I deal with it, which is, I don't know, you just got to do it, right? Like that Nike commercial, just do it, right? Every night when I got my cue from the stage manager, all into that box while the overture, was playing, okay? And I got into that box and I listened to the song with Marcella, and the opening scene with Marcella and Dad and the doctors. And as it got closer to my entrance, and for, if anybody is confused, anybody out there, Raggedy Ann entered from the bed. So there was a trapdoor under the stage. And I would have to crawl up through there and then popped out, right? And said, I'm alive. And I just, oh my gosh, sitting in that box and listening to the music and thinking about the audience being out there, and my heart, I it was like coming through my costume like this, like ba boom, ba boom. It was so violent. And then would be my entrance. So I would just sit there in a complete panic, as I have in other situations, waiting in the wings to do a high stakes concert or at the opera, and I've had that feeling, and then you make your entrance and it's gone. So it's nothing that I have tried to work on outside of the theater. Only thing I could do is just say, okay, Ivy, breathe. Just breathe. You're gonna live. It's gonna be okay. Just breathe. And then it's time. And it's like none of that ever happened. Just goes away. I've never, fortunately, never been one that's had stage fright on stage. Have you, anybody here, experienced that on stage as well? Oh, you have.
I'm like you. As soon as I'm out there, it's gone. So
yeah, it's amazing. It's just like boom, like it never happened. And then I feel like I'm exactly where I should be.
Yeah.
But
Absolutely.
But I do remember sitting in that box underneath the stage, just wondering how I was ever going to survive that, And
I did. Sort of, I guess, expanding off of that, someone asked, do you have any advice for future performers, for people who are just getting into acting?
I do. And it has to do with having a very strong sense of self. And with some of this stuff is really hard when you're young, or when we're young. I mean, I still think of myself as young. It's just any time you're going out there trying to pursue your dreams. You want to be nice and do things well and do your work, but it's hard in this business not to try to be all the things that other people want you to be. So, and I guess that's for life as well. So I guess it would be that same thing of to really embrace who you are, to bring that to the table, because nobody can be a better you than you. And that's kind of it, but that takes a lot of strength and courage.
Absolutely.
And that's something I continue to work on. That doesn't, I mean, maybe some people are able to just do that, be themselves, and walk away from situations when people are asking them to do other things or behave differently. Getting better at that. But you're shaking your heads like you kind of know what I'm talking about. I'm interested in hearing from you guys about that. Do you know what? Does this ring a bell?
I'm currently going to school for musical theater. Like, I'm studying that in college. And it's opened up a lot of doors. But there's also a lot of people who don't know what they want to do with their careers and are relying on the people around them to tell them what to do with their careers. And I mean, it's great to try everything, and I want to try everything, but also, you know, I just have to, I don't want to be one of those people, you know. I'm trying my best to do what I want to do, basically. I don't want someone to tell me what to do. I want to discover it on my own.
Great.
So that's amazing advice. Thank you so much.
Well, I don't know that anything that I say is amazing, but you know, but thank you. Thank you.
Yes, all wonderful advice.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's, and also to if there's any way to go through this business and not take things so personally. Now I know that's really I don't know that believe me, I'm not an expert in that. I'm kind of thin-skinned when it, you know, all the years I feeling judged, feeling like my talent was being judged, my voice was being judged, my, you know, it's should be this way, it should be that way. It's you know, and it makes you crazy. It makes you crazy.
Thank you so much. That was great.
and surround yourself with good people. Thank you. I always, and my sons are musicians as well, and I always told them when they were trying out for, you know, solos in a concert or just for different bands, you know, you walk into a room and the person next to you, you know, they're just trying to psych you out, and they have negative things to say, or like, oh, they already filled that position last week, you know, we don't have a chance, you know. Oh, I see. Run in the other direction, because people will say negative things, you know, so surround yourself with positive people.
Yes,
absolutely.
I agree on that one. Like, coming into the theater community, especially in the last year and a half or so, I'm just finding wonderful people to work with, and that's what makes the job, and that's what gives new opportunities, and that's what makes everything worth it.
Gives you the freedom to grow also. You know, if you're around people that are negative, it's very hard to do your best.
If you have more time, we can keep answering questions, but you are past your time, so feel free to drop out whenever you need to, but we'd be happy to have you longer.
I'm happy to stay a few more minutes if you know, if I can contribute something, if there are a few more questions out there, happy to.
Yeah, there's a couple things. I guess the main one we have been asking is if there were things that you would like to change about the show, or you think that should be changed about the show for a revival. What they would be.
Well, at this point, I can't remember if that song Mexico was in or out. Okay, but I don't even remember. I don't remember. But also, I don't know. I think this show could really blossom the way it is now, with where we're at in society. Maybe without the song Mexico. Okay, but it was very it was confusing to a lot of people, because it was this, people saw it as a children's story, even though it really wasn't. I never really thought we were doing children's theater ever, and there was a lot of darkness to it, which confused people back then, and we've had this conversation before, that just where we've come now as a society, the darkness is always part of the art, and just the nice little, you know, rosy story really is not interesting anymore. And who knows, maybe it even has to go deeper into that. But it was, I don't think people would be confused now, or it seemed like there was a pressure to define what kind of show it was. Is it kids theater? Is it is it adult? Is it we can't have both. We can't have both. But you show me a Broadway show now, that's just all sweetness. It's not possible.
Mhm.
And the audience expects that other dimension now. At least I do.
Mhm.
Not that everything has to be dark, but certainly I expect some depth.
Definitely.
Agreed.
Absolutely.
Yes. Oh, do another question. How did you get the role of Raggedy Ann?
I had worked with Patricia Snyder on other projects. She had cast me in the tour of They're Playing Our Song, and then she cast me in Grease 2, and then when we were in LA, there were a couple of other concert things that I did for her, and then she also got me my audition at New York City Opera for a role in Candide when they started to do Broadway musicals at Lincoln Center. And we had that amazing relationship. And I've said it many, many times. She is tremendously responsible for she just for the start of my career. She was fantastic to me, and I always felt extremely loyal to her. And I also knew Joe Raposo through Sesame Street.
That's great.
Mhm. Wonderful. Let's see. Let's see if we have anything else. Of course, and you're welcome, of course, to talk about anything that comes up to you. How is
my priority now?
Let us see. What was it like working with Trisha and or Lisa? It's Marcella.
Trisha was a sweetheart. Oh, she just like sweet as sugar. That's all I can say. She was just lovely, lovely. Did she come on to any of your
Yes, we've talked with her. She's like the sweetest person.
Mhm.
And she has very fond memories of the show.
Yeah.
She does.
Absolute delight. And Lisa was a bit of a spitfire, and she but I haven't seen her in years either. Have you talked to her at all?
We haven't talked to her. We've spoken to her husband, I believe. She's currently in like a band. It's really interesting. It's like a rock band almost. So she's doing that. She's still in the music industry. She's doing well for herself.
Good for her. Yeah. We got on just great. She was very high energy, and also she had worked a lot, I think, I want to say in television. She had already, she was a working actor, so she was quite sophisticated that way.
And also on that, Scott sends his love.
Yes.
Because we had him on earlier.
Yes.
And he wanted us to tell everyone that.
It's so nice that I would be sending my love back to him, and to my gosh, to all the people that you have been in touch with. I feel so warmly towards everybody.
If there's anyone that we've spoken to and you haven't had the chance to contact and you'd like to, we'd be happy to give you any of their information.
Thank you. And you've spoken with Suzanne Schafer. So Suzanne, not Suzanne. Okay, hold Hold on. Oh, this is bad for like memory lapse on on these. Anyway, I'll email you.
All right.
Yes.
So who else have you spoken to recently?
We've
Yeah, you go.
okay. Go. Okay. Pamela, who was on. Gail. Gail Benedict from Broadway. Gordon Weiss from Broadway.
So, did you speak with Joel Oresti?
We have not found him yet.
Find him.
We are because a lot of people have said that he's someone that they like to talk to, and they'd like to meet back up. We have not been able to find any current contact for him. Who else? We've talked to Papas. Yes. Names. I'm blanking on names.
We're all blanking on names.
So we've spoken to Gibby Brand and
McIntyre Dixon.
Oh, okay, great.
We spoke to Trisha. I feel like that's it.
Carrie Robbins.
Oh,
And
Carrie.
you
And Carrie.
knew that.
But you knew that already.
Yes, yeah. And yeah.
Oh yeah, Gordon was the most recent one who we talked to.
Where is
He was very he's still in New York, I believe, or at least in the area, and he's still acting. He's still in plays. He's also acting for TV as well. I think more so TV, but
what's gonna happen with this? You said you're recording this. Okay, I always get a little nervous being where this is going out or being posted or
yes.
In-house, I hope.
This is a live stream to YouTube, and what happens is YouTube will just save it and it'll be posted on our channel.
Yes.
Okay.
But we can edit things if there's anything you would like
yes.
us to remove.
Okay.
if there's something specific, but in general, yeah, it is this. Yeah.
Yes, and it's all our Raggedy Ann people, so.
Nice. Well, my pleasure.
Yes.
All right. So, if there's are there any more questions before I say toodaloo?
I don't think so. Do you have any more questions for us?
Not really. I'm just so
Okay.
happy that we have our little, our little group of warm and lovely people who love the show, and what could be better than that?
Yeah.
You haven't said much today. I mean, you're the reason I have this connection with anybody here. You know that it all goes back to McKenna.
Thank you, McKenna.
Yes.
They know more about the legal side of things. I'm just here.
No, you do so much.
You do a lot.
We're not just talking about the legal side of things. We're talking about things in general, and so you have a part in that.
Yes. Yeah, and it's amazing.
Well, it's been wonderful to have you. Thank you so much for joining us and for being a part of this.
Yeah.
I'm always here. You know how to find me if you have a question or something I can help you with. But at this point, I think you know just as much, or if not more, about this production than I do, because you have all gone at it with such passion. So I'll probably be asking you the questions. All right, and to all of you out there who are streaming this is just thank you so much for supporting the show. It's just so great to have you on board. It's fantastic to see this all happening after so many years. So fingers crossed, and Keep moving it forward.
Yes,
Thank
you're
you so
you're getting a lot of love in the chat right now.
Aw,
You're getting lots of hearts, and we
Aw.
love you, Ivy.
I love you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank
Bye,
you.
everybody.
Bye-bye. It was
Bye.
lovely to
Thank
have you. Thank you so
you.
much. Bye.
Okay.
Yay, guys!
We got
Yay!
through it.
Hooray! And thank you, audience. I'm cupping you in my hands.
Yes. Thank you, audience.
Woof. We're
We'll
gonna
be
be a little
around.
more. We'll be a little more chill for a bit. But if people do have questions for us,
Mhm.
we'll be around for a little more. We're not completely exhausted yet.
Yes.
Uh,
I'll be here for like 10 more minutes and I gotta go to school. Oh, back to
The grind.
Back to the
back to the grind. 2 hours away. Gotta move. Gotta get moving.
But we're all doing good.
Yeah.
I'm gonna take a quick break. I gotta go to the bathroom. I've
That's a
was
good
gonna say
idea.
the
been
same thing.
drinking
You go
so
first.
much
We'll check out.
water.
Me too. I'll check out the chat.
Later.
I'll be
Bit-
dinking my oider. Okay, I'll be back.
Okay, I'll
Hooray.
be back.
Oh, I'm so thankful that went so well. Hooray.
Awesome. Alex, how are you feeling?
I'm hanging out.
Okay.
Yeah.
Just checking in.
Chilling.
Awesome. You've met 4 Broadway performers now.
Yeah, that was cool. Yeah, I like the dude who played Michelangelo in the Ninja
Garrett
Turtles.
says school
was
on
cool.
Sunday. No, I gotta go back up to college. I'm at home and school starts not tomorrow, but the day after, and I gotta move back in. Womp.
Yeah, this is great. I'm glad that went smoothly. And now we're just chilling.
Yeah.
Those are my questions.
I think we can be a bit more relaxed now with everything.
Feel
I've been
little.
smiling. I've been smiling so much.
I know, my face kind of hurts, I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, just
Womp. I got a womp.
Absolutely.
Hooray. Womp womp.
Yeah,
Yay.
great.
Someone says, thank you all so much. I love your work. Thank you. Hooray. I'm so tired. Okay, when Ronnie gets back, I'm taking a break.
Absolutely. Yeah. We're all schedule's all done now. Feel free to take breaks.
Yes.
Feel free
Somebody
to just
said,
chill.
I have another question about the rally. Do you buy tickets or do you just show up? Also, where do you look to get more information? I'm most likely going to be going to the rally. Hooray. So, you don't need tickets except for the banquet. The banquet, there is an entrance fee, and you'll send that to the organizer of the nice profile picture change. You'll send
Thank
that
you.
to the organizer of the banquet personally, and we'll get that information out on our Instagram, the Raggedy Ann Revival Instagram, as soon as it's available.
Yeah. So the main place where you find information is on the Raggedy Ann Rally Facebook. We know that not everyone has Facebook.
And
So for us on our Instagram, on our Tumblr, our everything, email, we will take all that information and we will send it out. And we will make sure it is known, at least like when you have to start sending in stuff. But yeah, the main rally events, most of them are you just show up. They're not ticketed at all. The only one that is the banquet,
which you should totally get an entrance fee for. It's really fun. It's only like $20 something.
Which is the big thing.
We learned the first year about the entrance fee. We learned about that. Yeah.
Did you get it?
We didn't go to the banquet the first year.
Yeah, we didn't.
And the second year, Gwen forgot that I had to message Kathy because she said that because we were doing the speech for the revival effort that we could get a free ticket. And so I actually did end up sending in my money because I didn't know about that beforehand. And I was like, just move my free ticket over to Gwen because they forgot to get theirs in.
Yeah. Well, I sent my money. I just don't know if it ever got there.
You sent it too late.
Sent it too late.
It's all right. Hey, we have next year. I'll figure it out.
Yes. Don't send.
I'm an
it
adult
It's
now.
better
I
and
can do
better
it.
each year.
I can do it.
This is a learning process.
Yeah, so the only event that you need to get a ticket for is the banquet, which is the Friday night before everything, and it is 20 something, but it covers the meal and everything.
Yeah,
And
it's
it's
a buffet meal.
Ooh, and it's so good. It's Amish food. They got like chicken and I was feasting.
I wasn't. I have food allergies. I couldn't have a lot of it.
But
But it's
right, I remember that.
fine.
But it'll be fun. And we gave a speech last year, and
It's on our
you
YouTube
mingle.
channel.
Yeah,
It
it's right
is.
on our YouTube channel.
Go click on our
Okay,
little
I'm taking
link.
a break. I'll be right back.
Awesome.
Okay, yeah, take a break. Taking a break is great.
Off topic. While Ivy was talking, my cat came downstairs and was screaming at me. I don't think you could hear it over my mic, but he was.
No.
That's why I was like looking around. He was just screaming at me.
Yeah, so as far as information about the rally, just stay connected to our socials, and we post everything that you need to know about it.
Yeah.
We will post like all of the times and dates. It is June 7th and 8th this year. And we will post everything as soon as it's released, as soon as there's a consistent schedule, and as soon as we have a deadline. At the moment, for tickets for the banquet, you do have to mail in a check to the rally organizers. So we will let people know once that is open and what the deadline is for getting that in and everything like that. But we want people to come, so we post everywhere when things happen.
Yes.
It's going. Is it all?
Go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead. You're just responding to the same question.
So, the Raggedy Ann Rally, number 1, is in Arcola, Illinois. Number 2, there are events going on the 7th and 8th, and also there might be an event the evening of the 6th. I don't think it's official, but it's a lot of times they have an early bird get together where you can hang out and meet people before the actual festivities start. But on the 7th and 8th, the 2 days that the rally is going, there will be events happening. Like there's a nickel auction, there's the banquet on Friday night. All day, not all day, but most of the day, Saturday, there will be the market where people sell Raggedy Ann memorabilia. So those are like the things that the rally does, and then us, the revival effort, will have um, our own little events. Last year we had a little cosplay get together, and then we also all went out to dinner one night um, and invited people to come with. So, and then this year, hopefully, there will be that music showcase, which will be an official rally event, but we will be involved with that.
Yeah.
So there are events happening.
So it's more of scattered small events. Mm-hmm. On Friday, at least, it's more of scattered small events that happen throughout the day, and then you have the banquet, and then on Saturday it's one event for a few hours, and that's the main thing.
Yeah, I think
it's
usually the hours of the market are like 9 a.m. to sometime in the afternoon, like 2 or 3-ish.
Yeah.
There's also during the market they'll have bingo where you can win prizes. And a lot of the vendors at the market will set some of their items on the bingo table and you can win things.
Yes. But hopefully, yeah, we'll have some of our own things going on, and we'll put out a full schedule. But it's not like a convention where you have a floor that's open the whole time. It's more a bunch of scattered events in an area.
Yes.
That are all part of the same thing.
Yes. And you will need transportation of some sort. It's not all in like a hotel or a convention center, like a convention. The events happen in different places in the town. It's a very small town, but you can't walk everywhere. So, the market will be in the city hall area, and the dinner will be at a restaurant in a different town. Like, you'll need transportation of some sort.
But as far as like transportation and, you know, coordinating, like getting the same hotel and stuff like that, we are active about organizing those sort of things.
Yes.
Mostly through the Discord, but also through our social media to some extent, of letting people know if we are able to give rides and of any changes in rare plans and events that we've organized, because it is a pretty small thing, a pretty small rally, and we're happy to help people if they just need a ride, or if they want to know what's going on and where people are going to be.
Yes.
We're happy to help out with little things like that.
Absolutely.
Because we want people to come.
Yeah, we want to make it more accessible for people to come and for people to start coming.
Yes. Gwen's back.
Gwen's back.
Start wedding. I made a joke and my mic was muted, so it didn't come across. Well, that's okay. Just know that it was really funny, and you would have all bursted out laughing.
I'm
Trust
sure.
that.
Yeah.
Thank you, Gwen.
I heard you guys talking about Arcola, and basically what they all said. They're correct. Bring transportation, and if you don't have it, if you can carpool with someone, great. As for us, I'm not sure. We crammed into a car last year, and it was kind of rough.
It was.
We have one more car this year, so maybe
So
we
it
can
will be
fit
less
like 2 more
rough.
people. Maybe we can carpool like 2 people, but I do recommend figuring out your own transportation for that. And there's not really Ubers. There is from the airport, and that's kind of it.
Yeah. Someone asked, will there be an update on where all of the events will be, so we know where to go? Yes, there will. There's no information about it right now because it's not happening until June, and it's January right now. So
yeah, guys, we're talking about it a lot, but this is a few months down the line.
Yes,
so.
This is June 7th and 8th. You have time to prepare.
Yeah.
Also, you can bring a lot of your dolls and collectibles, right? Yes, if you are wanting to sell things, you will have to pay a table fee to have a table at the market. It's not expensive. It's like $15.
It's like it's like $15.
It's not expensive. Some people sell from their hotel rooms. That did not happen very much last year, but that is a thing that you can do if you want. But yeah, if you want to sell things at the market, you'll have to get a table.
Yes.
But you can also just bring things to have them. I don't know.
Yeah, last year we had a group that showed up and each of them brought a doll.
Yeah.
And it was great.
Yeah.
Let's see what else we got.
If our hotel rooms were bigger, I would make the watching of the show an event, but golly, that was crammed last year.
That was the biggest room that they had, because we had to cram 5 people in there.
Not this year. Except I gotta pay for my own this year. It's okay. I'm responsible.
Yeah, if you're getting your own hotel room, you should pay for it. I'm not paying for it.
No, I'm not gonna make you pay. God, no.
I know.
I'll force someone else in my life to pay part of it. It's okay. They'll understand. Not independent yet. We'll get there.
To do the cosplay meetup in Arcola again.
That'd be
yeah,
so
someone
fun.
asked that earlier. I don't know if it was answered or not. Like asking permission to cosplay. Absolutely.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Please.
So, please cosplay. But I will say, cosplaying is not really a thing that happens very often at the rally. We do it because we're young and we like to, but most people won't. But that doesn't mean you're not allowed to. Go ahead.
Yeah.
Do whatever you want.
Just know that it's gonna be you and then us.
And no
but
one
people
else.
But they love seeing people cosplay. Like Ronnie and Greg get pulled aside constantly for people to take pictures with them. They cannot make it to the other side of the room.
And if
It
you
takes a while.
cosplay characters from the musical, no one will know who you are.
Yeah.
Except that's why we have our cosplay meetup, because that's where we
Right.
cosplay characters from the musical.
Yes.
Yeah.
At least at the market, that's when we're Anne and Andy and such, because they're recognizable.
Mhm.
But at the cosplay meetup, like last year, I was Bat, so
I was Wolf.
and like obviously they don't know who those are, and they didn't come to that event because it was a rare event.
Yeah.
So if you want a cosplay character that's not recognizable and want to feel not alone in that, come to the rare cosplay meetup. And otherwise, like, yeah, I mean, we cosplay, so
Yeah. And I've seen people dress up like at the banquet in the
Mhm.
past. So
Yeah.
do whatever you want.
I'm wearing this shirt to the banquet and my skirt, so I've got it all figured out.
Lovely. I'm so glad.
But yeah, I mean, they pretty much, come and they love seeing people in cosplay. It used to be a much bigger thing when the festival was a bigger event.
Yes.
That there would be a lot more people showing up in costume.
And they had like a costume contest back then.
Yes.
They don't have that
but
anymore, but
because they haven't had enough.
We would have won. We would have absolutely won.
But maybe if more people show up.
Yeah. Maybe if more people show up.
If a bunch of people show up this year in costume, we will do an impromptu costume contest. I'm saying that because I will do it.
I want to. That sounds fun. I want to judge. I don't want to compete.
I'll compete, but because it'll be biased that way.
I'm gonna knock off points for your giant wig.
Hey.
It's a joke.
I know. I put way too much yarn in that
I
thing.
know. And
It's
I
quirky.
kept on telling you. And you didn't. You said no. It's fine. It's not fine.
Not, in fact, fine.
But please, I mean, we're talking about it this early because we want to encourage as many people as possible to come to the rally. And the more people that are able to come and the more people that show up, the bigger the rally can be again, because it used to be a fairly large event, the Raggedy Festival. But it stopped happening, and now we have the rally, which is a smaller version of that event. And we would love to see it be a big thing again.
Yeah.
We would love to have we'd love to be able to incorporate new fandom stuff with the movie and the musical and sort of mesh together the older and the newer fandoms and bring people together for that. And the rally organizers are very supportive of that, and they love having new people. If you come to the rally, everyone will be so happy to see you, and they will be so nice.
They would be like,
it's
oh
always
my gosh.
such a pleasure.
Yeah, it is.
Every year.
The
It
nicest
is.
crowd I've ever been around.
Like, oh my gosh, young people. I love young people.
And this year's rally theme is Cleety the Clown.
It's Cleety the Clown.
So you will
He's an awesome character.
You will get clown merch.
Yes.
Yeah.
I'm waiting.
Tell your clown loving friends to show up.
Yes, your little clown friends. Yes. We've already started. Some of us have already started on our happies, which are little gifts that you give out. And a lot of times they're themed after the character. So a few of us have already started on those. So you'll get little doodads.
Yeah. All right. I want to see if I have any other questions that people asked us that I haven't asked yet. Oh, I have general ones, like what are your favorite Raggedy Ann characters?
I'll go first because I gotta leave at like 4.
Yeah, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Favorite Raggedy Ann characters across the whole franchise. I'll go. I guess I'll go in order. Anne. number one, obviously, but specifically musical Anne. She's cutesy. Number two, Bat. Number three, Clem. I mean, I can't deny it. I'm a Clem enjoyer. And I guess I'll do top five because now I'm thinking about it. Number four, Baby. Oh no, never mind. Baby goes above Clem. It's Baby then Clem. No, yeah. It's Baby then Clem. And then Marcella from the musical. She's Marcella is above Clem. Are you kidding? Okay. Clem's number five, and then it's Marcella. She's so cutesy and quirky.
Clem keeps on getting demoted.
He does. Like, as much as I love him, like, the musical characters are on top.
Valid. It's valid.
Yeah, no demote him.
Yes. My favorite Raggedy Ann character is Wolf from the musical. And that's it. I don't have a favorite character from the books. I like Henny. I think he's funny because he's so annoying. But
Number one, Cynthia. I changed my mind.
Cynthia. But there's this random loony in Camel with the Wrinkled Knees, and he's like eating a cookie. I love him. He's in one illustration, and he's like not a character. I love him.
I'm gonna find it.
Find it.
Okay, we'll go with Gray next.
Okay, Gray next.
Oh, okay, I'll go next. If you know me already, you already know that I'm the true Clem enjoyer. Okay, because he's my number one. I'm sorry, Gwen. He's my number one. Always has been. Before I was introduced to the musical, I joined the fandom through the movie, so that's how I kind of got into it, and then I learned more about the musical. So he's my number one. Here, actually, he's right here.
Under your arm.
He's under my armpit, so that's where he is. And then second favorite, I don't know. It's got to be Anne.
This one?
It's just solid.
Yeah, him. I'm obsessed with this guy. He's so funny.
That's a pretty good guy.
He's pretty good.
And solid choice.
Mhm.
Andy, because he's just so fun and you can do so much with him, and I cosplay him sometimes, so Andy. Henny, because he's such a character, especially in the books.
Yeah.
I love the drama that all the characters get into. Pirate Babette. Really. I mean, like, that is peak character design to me, honestly. All right, that's my tangent.
Lost track. I think that was 5.
I don't know.
Everyone knows my favorite. It's General D. This is not a surprise.
He's everywhere.
Y'all, I gotta leave. I gotta go. Thank
Bye,
you guys
Gwen.
for making this so enjoyable. So easy, so fun.
Safe travels to school.
Thank you.
Yes.
I won't die. That's for sure. Adios. Thank
Farewell.
you guys. This was absolutely pleasant. So thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Yeah, number 1, Ratman.
Number 2.
Someone has to love him.
Yes.
Number 2 is Wolf. Yeah, it's gonna be all musical characters. Yeah, I'm not sure. I've been really obsessed with like Papa and Mommy and Marcella recently, and I don't think it's like specifically I love maybe Mommy. She's up there. She's amazing. She's iconic. She does not get enough love. That includes Shooting Star. That includes Witch. I love her. Cynthia, of course. Icon. Snoop Wiggy.
Yes. You love Snoop Wiggy. He's such a guy.
The guy, the character, the shape, the creature ever. Snoop Wiggy.
Yes. I will say I do also like Andy. I think he's a silly little guy. But I think I like versions of Andy who are mean. I like musical Andy because he's mean. I think Chuck Jones Andy is also like he's up there. Like he's like a little mischief maker, you know. And then Book Andy obviously because he just wants to fight
Andy
everyone.
tier list.
Yes, that's not my tier list. Musical
Top
Andy is
5
top though.
Andys of all time.
Top Andys of all time. Yeah, Book Andy because he wants to fight everyone all the time, and I think that's silly funny. All right, Mac.
Mac, it's your turn.
What are
Favorite
your
characters.
favorite characters?
What are we
Top-
doing?
Favorite
Top
characters.
top five favorite Raggedy Ann characters.
I didn't do a top 5. You don't have to do that.
You don't have to do a top
Me
5.
neither. I didn't count.
Obviously, Dejan.
What?
Just to give Dejan, just to give it.
Yes.
Andy. Stage Andy.
Charles Platt just said snitch noodle. Chat.
Fake
Actually,
Wiki.
my next one is gonna be Mommy.
Yeah.
Because I love he's like the serious, tragic character.
Mm-hmm.
And then Papa just because I love him.
Yes.
I'm trying to think of a book character.
You don't have to.
You don't have to.
I want to though.
Okay.
Because my parents have all been staged, and I don't think it's fair not to do one in another media.
You have to think too hard about it.
Yeah,
then you just don't have a favorite.
Yeah. Another character that I like is I like Arthur. I like Raggedy Arthur because he's just a dog and he's a radical skateboarding dog, and I think that's hilarious.
Yeah, we
So-
love Arthur.
We
I
do
think
love
Alex knows who Arthur is.
Alex.
Alex knows about
No.
Arthur.
Do I know Arthur?
Raggedy Arthur.
Raggedy
The dog?
The dog.
Elaborate. Raggedy Arthur.
So
He's the-
Do I know this?
I don't think you do.
Does he
Probably
know
not.
this?
So
Someone-
Raggedy
Why would I know
Arthur
Raggedy
Was a-
Arthur. Whoa.
was a
He's yellow.
character who was invented by Chuck Jones.
Mhm.
He made 2 Raggedy Ann holiday specials, and Arthur was a character that was introduced in those, and he's their dog. He's a raggedy
Okay.
dog, and he skateboards.
Yo. He's like Rob Dyrdek's dog from that show. Yo.
He's the skateboarding dog.
Yeah, Meaty. That was his name. Yeah, Meaty. Very talented dog.
He is.
I have a feeling, but it's probably predictable.
Mm.
Book
Camel.
Camel.
Yeah.
Do you love Campbell?
I love Book Camel. He's so small.
Yeah, I was gonna make Alex answer the question, but I won't.
The bat in the play was pretty good looking, I'm gonna
That's
say.
good.
That's
Yeah.
that's
Good
good.
answer.
Yeah, thank you. That's my answer.
Wonderful.
And she's an icon. We love her.
She is.
Yeah.
Is she the one that was on stream?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yo, hell yeah. Okay, cool.
You just met her.
Yeah, she I'm not gonna say anything, whatever. Anyway.
No, we love her. Icon. Fat.
Yeah, everyone seemed super nice.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Well, I mean, they wouldn't They wouldn't have agreed to multiple interviews with us if they weren't really nice.
Yeah.
Of course. Yeah, I get that. I
If
get
they
that.
didn't like us, they wouldn't have agreed.
Well,
They're gonna show up just to be rude to us.
yeah. No, they're gonna be front row at the premiere in 3 years. They're gonna be like, I wish I wasn't here.
Yeah.
I regret this. Yeah. Hmm.
We've covered most of at least the good questions. Someone at one point asked us how the show came together, how the original show came together, and I ignored that question because I knew it would take us forever to go through.
We don't even have the full story, actually. But
no, we don't. We have a good bit of it from Gibson, but also it's from Gibson's perspective.
Yeah,
so,
and he's biased.
But yeah, if you want to know the history, read the Wikipedia page or the wiki page.
Yes.
Read both.
That's true. Read both. Vinny managed to pop back in when Ivy was here for a little bit.
I know, I saw. I was gonna shout him out, but I didn't want to interrupt. I'd be like, "Hi, Vinny. Welcome back."
I want to manifest Vinny right now.
Is he back?
Vinny, back.
No, he's not back right now.
But he showed up in chat for a bit, so he's alive.
Yes,
he's alive. He has not been answering my emails. Which is fine. He doesn't have to.
I like how you said you're gonna cry, and he said, "Don't cry, Ronnie."
I was actually like pretty close. I was like starting to tear up a little bit because I was like, oh, "He's here. He's alive." We haven't heard from him in like months.
Over a year for me.
Yeah.
Really?
Yes.
It's been over a year.
Yeah.
Dang.
And when am I?
I don't know. I email him every once in a while just to make sure that he knows that I still want to talk to him. I still think about him sometimes.
Yeah, definitely. Someone asked at one point, what are our favorite songs from the show?
Oh, that's a great question. Someone else go first. Yeah, Mac, go first.
What Did I Lose?
That's a great song.
Is one of my big ones. And
Carry
On.
Carry On is one of the best songs on the show. Garrett said Werewolves of London, and I'm gonna have to agree. No, I'm kidding. I don't really have a favorite. I kind of like all of them. I think Carry On and What Did I Lose / Somewhere are the best songs in the show, other than the songs that were taken from the movie. Those are also really good. I want to shout out Diagnosis. Great song. It's the only one that went almost completely unchanged throughout the entire run. Original run. The only thing that changed was they added a couple and lines in there. But that I think the wordplay is great in that one. The lyrics are awesome.
It's just fun. There's like
it's a good song.
It's just a good song. Like most other songs, at least when you say like I feel like Diagnosis kind of gets lost in the middle.
It does.
Because there's nothing wrong with it.
Yeah.
But it's also not like quite as much of an iconic character moment as something like Carry On. It's not quite as memorable in that sense. But it's just a fun and good song.
It's just so catchy in general.
It is.
Stuck in my head on loop.
Right.
It's like that's what it was designed to be like.
You have the disco diagnosis, like.
Oh my
I will get specifically the Russian disco diagnosis stuck in my head, and I can't sing it because I don't know how to
Because
sing it
it's
in Russian. But it's in my head.
But you have like the video playing in your head on loop with like the effects where they're like.
Yes.
and
Yes, I have the
color.
video. I have the video projected on the inside of my mind at any
Yes.
moment.
Anyone who doesn't know what we're talking about, you should look it up. Don't look up disco diagnosis because it won't show up.
But I'll send it in the server. I'll send it in
Yeah.
Productions. Okay, Gray. Gray, what's your favorite?
Okay, I will go. The first song I was introduced to when I first joined the revival effort was The Light. And also I'm a huge fan of more lighthearted, happy, playful kind of songs. So I'm not saying that it's the best song in the entire musical, but it's my personal favorite. Um yeah, that's it.
That's a great answer.
This is so hard
It is
for
so
everyone.
Because all the songs are good.
I mean, obviously, like Carry On. Carry On's such a good song.
Yeah.
I also always need to give love to Something in the Air.
Yes.
The last segment of it, the wedding segment of it.
But
But also so beautiful.
Ugh.
Wonderful bit. Something in the Air has so many good little bits.
It does.
And it's underappreciated because we don't get the full piece until Broadway. And even then it's not the full piece because Shooting Stars edited out. So there isn't really an idea of what Something in the Air sounds like, looks like in its final form and entirety. But I love it for a lot of the same reasons I love Carry On, that it has those character moments in it that are really important to me.
Right.
And also just, it's so fun.
Yeah.
It's got a tango.
Yes.
He fights a rat. Like
the rat tango.
I will say, I think unless we get started on like some long tangent, that I'm going to cut us off in about 15 minutes,
okay.
I think.
Okay.
Again, unless someone asks a really good question and we have lots more to talk about, then well, but just in general.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, anyone in the chat, ask a really good question.
Yeah.
Ask us about script changes. We'll go on forever.
A bit ago, Garrett said live Raggedy Land speedrun.
Let's do that. I don't have the software to do that.
Yeah, but unless we come up with something specific to talk about, I would like to
wrap it up.
keep us from just kind of like
sitting here,
fading off and sitting here and fading off into doing nothing.
Right.
Oh, I guess also when we talked about if there's any inspirations that aren't from the original source material, like there's other ones besides that. There's other shows that we've seen that we really enjoy. Recently, the Emmett Otter musical has been a big one that we keep bringing up.
Okay. Yes. I saw the Emmett Otter musical. It was in Chicago in November and December, and I went and saw it closing weekend. So, especially with their approach to the costumes, that, for me at least, is a really huge inspiration for what I want the costumes for Raggedy Ann to look like. Because the costumes for Emmett Otter, they're animal costumes, but they're not like, I don't know what I'm trying to say. They're scaled up versions of the puppets. So like a lot of the characters in Emmett Otter have knitwear, and like knit scarves and things, and they're knit with giant chunky yarn because they're supposed to be puppets. They're supposed to be small. So having like that scaled up, like big chunky yarn, and it has a hat that's corduroy, and the actor has a hat that's not corduroy. It's like a plush, fleecy type of material that's quilted to have lines that mimic the look of corduroy, but big. And I really want that for the um, for the doll characters. I want them to look like they've been scaled up. Um, that is the main thing with Emma Daughter, but also the at least the production that I saw had really nice like watercolor looking like book illustration looking sets and scenic design. And I would really like to try to incorporate that sort of aesthetic into the scenic design of production of Ragdolly. Um, Another show that I constantly am drawing inspiration from is Cats. That's it. I think everything should be more like Cats. And like that's a bit, but it's also not a bit. Like I'm serious.
I mean, they incorporate a lot of knitwear into their costume designs anyway, right? So
And Cats,
yeah.
yeah, they do.
I don't know. I've
Jump
never seen
scare.
Cats.
Jump scare.
Yeah, jump scare. Great, we gotta make you watch Cats.
Gray, you should watch Cats with us.
I should watch Cats. I know the one song. Um, I don't know the name of it, and I'm not gonna
That's
rehearse
okay.
it. But I do want to watch Cats. I really do.
Well, we
There's
gotta
so many
get you.
musicals I haven't seen. I'm just so busy. all the
That is
time.
fair. Whenever you have time, let me know. I'm gonna make you watch Cats.
Sounds great.
Um, I mean, there are other inspirations that we have too from other things, not specifically like like shows, like stage shows. Um,
Yes. Trying to remember because I know I've thought of other. I have we have a lot of taking a lot of inspiration for the cloud sequence from like old Hollywood and those sort of like big uh bandstand sort of numbers that they would
yeah,
have.
like when
And
you watch an old Hollywood musical and there's a musical sequence that is um that doesn't quite take place in reality, and so they have this set that's like kind of bare and open, and like the walls are painted in this like nice gradient. um and like there's lots of flowy like silks and things. That's what we want it to look like.
yes, Liam jump scare.
Liam jump scare. Oh my goodness. He's getting closer. No. Well, you're gonna zoom in so far that it's gonna turn into the you died.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. Well, he's gonna jump out of your monitor.
Yeah, he is.
Yeah,
Um.
he's been a stinker today. Bad cat.
Yeah, I know I've had other things that I've thought about that I've cited as inspiration. There's that one very specific Nutcracker rat costume that I'm obsessed with.
Yes.
Oh, I know the one that's from the New York. I forget, but I know what you're talking about. Oh my gosh, it's such a great costume.
The one with the skull mask.
Yes,
Oh,
the skull. Oh my goodness.
It's so
New York Ballet.
I think
something.
I don't know. I don't remember.
I remember seeing that too.
Because I'm obsessed with it, and
Yeah.
I love to
Movement.
reference that
It's so
specific
good.
rat costume. This is less of a specific thing, but I think that all of the characters should look more like the time period the show is set in.
Yes.
Agree.
That they should actually look like they're from the 1930s. And that specifically General D. Bat and Wolf should look like they're from World War One.
Yeah, we have. Yeah. um, personally, I am a little bit more lenient with the with the
Well, the
costume
exact
design inspirations. Um,
yeah.
because I like to go a little bit into the future and go into like the 40s a little bit with costume design inspiration, but I know like that's just me. It's my
Like
personal taste.
if you shift around a little bit back and forth, it's not a big deal.
Yeah.
But I think having costumes that set it a little more in the time period that it's set in.
Agreed.
And also leaning more on the military side of
Yes.
General D. Bat and Wolf.
Yes.
Would be fun.
Which they had in
They did.
85 in Moscow, but we have very little footage of that. So, and very few pictures. So, but yeah, they did look more militaristic in that specific uh, production and those specific productions. And I think that's really interesting, and I like how it unifies the three of them.
Yes. Yes, 100%.
Yes.
No more questions. Looks like we're ready to wrap up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you everyone who came. Thank you everyone who's sticking around to listen to us ramble.
Yeah.
I'm gonna see if we have anything left over. Garrett said Alex stars in Cats.
Yes.
Yeah, sure.
I gotta pick a character for you.
Okay.
Yeah. Who would you be in Cats?
Yeah, I'll do it. I'll
I
do
don't
it.
know. I'll figure it out. Monkstrap.
Which one is that? What do they look
He's
like?
the gray one, the gray striped one. And
Who's the leader of
the
sorts?
narrator.
Okay. Yeah, I can't remember.
That's okay.
Cats,
it was so long ago.
Cats from Cats.
Almost a year.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was tired that night. Yeah.
I know. We all were.
I was very tired. Okay.
We did have someone ask, do you guys have any advice on starting a Raggedy Ann and Andy collection?
I do. And you do.
Look, I do too. It's just called eBay and Facebook Marketplace, and like the Facebook groups specifically is the main thing.
Yes.
But the big
going to thrift stores and antique stores.
Yes, I mean that's
what I do.
A lot of people don't have tried and then it doesn't. But yeah, go to antique. They are everywhere, and if you go around everywhere where you are and you can't find any, then yeah, eBay. But the Facebook groups, the Raggedy Ann Rally is a wonderful place. Everything will be cheap and you don't have to pay shipping.
Yeah.
But it's really not a difficult hobby, a difficult collector to. I collected most of these on accident.
Yeah, I was gonna say most of the Raggedy stuff has just found its way into my life. It's just come to me, like really, and just try thrifting. There's always something in an antique store. Maybe not a lot, maybe not exactly what you're looking for, but if you don't have Facebook already, oh my goodness, just get it. There's so much stuff.
There's so much stuff.
Really.
Go on eBay and look, and
Yeah,
sort by lowest price first.
Yes.
Because then you can get a doll for like $5.
Yes.
And
the main thing is just not feeling like you have to go for vintage dolls, and not feeling like that your collection has to have vintage or has to have licensed dolls or anything like that. Because you're going to find plenty of homemade dolls. You're going to find plenty of dolls released in the past 30 years that are still going to be really cheap. And you're going to find a ton of random merchandise.
Yes. I have a lot of random merchandise. I have a stapler. I have a Raggedy Ann stapler.
Oh.
I think that might be the weirdest item that I have, other than the trash can.
Trash
which I
can.
was so
I
happy
see
to
it so
have.
often. It's so bizarre.
Staple with Raggedy Ann.
Yeah, that's what it's called. It says that. And it's like a little figurine, a little plastic figurine of her like writing on a desk, and you press down the desk and it staples.
Oh.
I don't think I have any pieces of merchandise that are quite as strange and iconic as Staple with Raggedy Ann, to
I
be
do.
honest.
Trying to get the
It's
tape
called
recorder.
light switch cover.
Yes.
And also choking hazard
And
Clem.
Choking Hazard Clem.
He's so tiny.
The light switch cover is iconic.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah, I am trying to get the tape recorder. I might. We will see. I want it.
Yeah.
I want to record my audio on the Raggedy Ann tape recorder. I am trying to think of what the weirdest official merch that I have is.
I will also say if you are wanting vintage dolls, Knickerbocker Raggedy dolls are extremely common, and that's a great way to start off your collection is to pick up a Knickerbocker. That's how I started my collection. I went to a local antique store and I found a Knickerbocker Raggedy Ann. No, it was an Andy. A Knickerbocker Raggedy Andy. It was on the shelf. He was $20, which I think is like a little expensive, but he was in really, really good condition. So I picked him up, and that was my first doll in my collection. And now I have like I don't even know how many. A lot.
Yeah. I do not have as many as you do, but I'm trying to remember. I mean, the first one that I had was one that my aunt gave me
Right.
when I was little, and then the second one is an Andy that she gave me once I started to get into it. But most of the rest of my dolls I got from Goodwill.
Yeah, I've picked up a fair few Goodwill dolls. They are all homemade except for one, which I think is the same Andy that you have. And he's an applause doll. um, but I love collecting the homemade ones. That is a great picture of your cat. I
Thank
love
you.
I love collecting the homemade
I appreciate
ones.
that.
You're welcome. Uh, they are uh, so unique, um, and you can find them everywhere. And I love that I can have something that someone put a lot of time and effort into, and a lot of love into making. Um, and I think that's really special.
Yeah. Yeah. I love having those ones. So yeah, my advice to collectors is that this is a crazy easy thing to start collecting.
Absolutely.
When you get into a thing that the majority of people consider kitsch and not worth paying for, it means everything is very cheap.
Yes. I collect the original Johnny Gruelle books. Um, and all of my books are vintage. Um, they're from the 60s and before. Um, and I don't think I've paid more than maybe $15 for a book, because I've just found them all in like antique stores, or I've gotten one at the rally, or whatever. Um, one was gifted to me. Um, that one was more expensive, but it was gifted to me, so I didn't have to pay anything.
Yeah.
So like even if you want to get into like collecting the antique books, it's not that hard. You just have to look a little bit. But you can find them online. You can find them on eBay and on Facebook. Join the Raggedy Ann and Andy fan club group on Facebook, because they constantly have listings for people selling their collection, selling pieces from their collections. So
Yeah. And you can even post on those, I'm looking for this.
yeah, and people
Does
will,
anyone have any extras that they're willing to sell to me?
yes.
Okay. We are I don't think we have anything else.
Probably not.
Oh, Charles Platt, real quick answer to this. Pamela Sousa mentioned she had taken photos. Have you asked her for copies? Yes.
Yes.
but we have not put them publicly online. I guess we could check in with her about that if she'd be okay with that. But they are like available to people to see. They're in the server and such. And
or you can email us.
Or email us. Yeah, they're not quite as big. They're from her personal collection. So it's less like with a lot of the stuff that we find from archives, it is a legal issue as far as sharing stuff. With this one, it's more of just a respect, just a courtesy that we're not posting her photos online. But they're of her and other members of the cast hanging out during the Moscow production. And then a couple ones that were officially taken. And yeah, no, we're welcome to share those with people who ask. We just won't be putting them anywhere super public, essentially. And I think that is it. Yeah, we've been here for a while. We're tired. But thank you. Lunch. Yeah, thank you everyone who came. Thank you everyone who stayed until the end with our rambling. And thank you if any of the actors who came are rewatching it. Yes. Thank you so much to them.
Thank you
for joining us.
Thank you everyone.
Goodbye.
Thank you,
goodbye.
Alex. Thank you, Alex.
Yeah, thank you, Alex.
So welcome for sitting in the call for 5 hours.
I mean, it was just in case.
Just in case.
Yeah, no, I getcha. I had a good time.
Good.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, and thank you so much. It was nice to meet you.
For sure. Yeah, y'all too. Yeah, I hear so much.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah, no, all very detailed and complicated gossips, and like whatever. I'm not gonna get into it.
Nice.
I'll catch y'all later.
We are gonna end the stream and
yeah,
still gonna be in Zoom after it.
Cool.
Bye. We're gonna end the stream.
Okay.
Let me end the stream. Hold on.